last another.
I thought about it.
It's a great day. We should go out and try.
Good idea.
Well, thank you all for coming. Here to talk about nutrition from a different perspective. So, some friendly faces I've seen here before. My name is Aajonus Vonderplanitz, and I was a person who was born a very sickly child into a violent household, which made it even sicker. When I was a year and a half, I was given a tetanus shot, my third already at a year and a half. I had a brother who was very violent. I was born when he was still in diapers, and he didn't appreciate that, me taking all the attention away. So he used to hurt me all the time, and he'd always push me down on rusty nails and things like that. So tetanus shots, I got a lot of those, and they say they last 10 years, but in the 40s, they would say, oh, they last 6 months, they'll last a year. They were giving them to me about every 3 months because of the injuries. The third one, when I was a year and a half, they have thimerosal in them, which is liquid mercury, and that causes about 600 to 800 times more autism. So that one went to my brain and caused autism. So I could no longer communicate, just beginning to, and then all of a sudden I couldn't. I could never associate words with any kind of a dialogue between anybody. I couldn't comprehend that letters would become words and words could become ideas or concepts. So I had that going against me. I didn't look autistic because I wasn't born congenitally autistic. So I looked normal, so everybody thought I was just a belligerent kid who didn't talk. So I got punished even greater, especially I was raised in Catholicism, and the nuns used to beat the hell out of me, and so did the priests, because I never answered them, didn't know what to do. By the time I was 8, I had learned to develop sound patterns, sound bites, and I could most of the time repeat them, not all the time accurately, but repeat them and get some kind of response from it. So I was able to make it through, and in school I would always pick the smartest girl in the room, sit next to her, and copy her hieroglyphs on the page. Never know what it meant, but I at least got to school, with C's and D's. We had a lot of beatings and a lot of detention and stuff like that. By the time I reached 12 years old, I had peritonitis, which was misdiagnosed as appendicitis. They went in there and took the appendix out anyway, just in case it caused me problems in the future. And they continued to treat me. I was getting injections every 3 to 4 hours in the arms and buttocks for 4 days. Didn't know how to treat it, didn't know what to do about it. That created a lot of problems. I went into diabetes shortly after that. Of course, diabetes runs in the family. I have 8 cousins who were diabetic by the time they were 15 years old. And lots of aunt and uncles who were diabetic, still are. A lot of psychological problems because of my autism, but it was not diagnosed. Again, I was just a belligerent person. By the time I reached 19, I got an ulcer that turned tumors from the treatments, lots of Maalox. So to handle that, they decided to commit surgery and removed the tumor, sewed me back up. Oh, and they severed all the vagus nerves to the stomach. They gave me a vagotomy pyloroplasty, which means they severed all the vagus nerves to the stomach so I would never again secrete hydrochloric acid. I was put in the category of octogenarians who don't secrete hydrochloric acid, and they told me, 19 years old, that I would never again be able to eat raw food because of the danger of parasitical and bacterial food invasion, that a parasite would get into my brain and I'd be an idiot. I was already an idiot. I still, not 20 years old, and I still couldn't read. I still couldn't comprehend. I'd learned a lot of sound bites to be able to communicate to an extent, but never carry on any kind of an intellectual debate or communication at all. It was just simple, maybe 5-year-old kind of communications. Then the incision went tumorous. It got to be almost an inch high at places and up to an inch wide. In one place 2 inches, and they decided that they had to treat that with radiation therapy. So they gave me 10 weeks of intense radiation therapy, cauterized my spine, so my whole spine was fused and this was my movement. I'm 20 years old. So after they finished burning me, that turned the bone marrow into a degenerative situation that they diagnosed as multiple myeloma, which is cancer of the blood and bone. So then they said, well, now you'll have to have chemotherapy. So I had the chemotherapy. By the time we were finished with that, I was crawling on the floor because I had no muscle response from the pectorals down, so I had to crawl around on the floor like a worm. And after 3 months of that, I said, well, this is enough of your treatments. I come to you with an ulcer, and I end up with, cancers, all over my system. And then then they diagnosed after the chemotherapy that I had lymphoma. There is nobody living on this earth which has had those cancers and has lived beyond 1.5 years. So I decided to go home to die. And because I was still autistic and couldn't communicate, I didn't want to go to the hospice. So I went to my home. Almost all children who are autistic have a particular unusual talent that they don't even know how it works. I was able to computer program. Shown a piece of paper, and I could write a program, ever knowing how I did it, that it would be perfect. So I made a lot of money doing that. So here I was a retarded kid, able to make a lot of money. So I was able to have volunteers come into my home and take care of me. They came in twice a week. They would shop for me and clean the house and do some cooking. Well, one of them was an 18-year-old black kid. And he was one of the, I don't know if anybody remembers, this is way back in the late 60s, the Going thing, this Ford group. They had a bunch of kids that they hired to go around singing all over the country, pop songs. Anyway, he was one of the Going things. So he was a kid that got rich very quick by this, and he was a volunteer. He brought me a little book that was 82 pages. What the hell was I going to do with an 82-page book? But he explained that raw carriages, this woman reversed her cancer, her uterine cancer, supposedly by drinking a gallon of raw carriages a day. What all that meant, I didn't know. But he got me to drink the carriages, so I started drinking, and after about 10 days, my brain shifted. All of a sudden, I was no longer autistic. I understood words. I understood how to communicate. So I was delighted. So I realized that maybe it had something to do with this carriages. So I borrowed $110, and because I was broke by that time, $110, and went out and bought all of these books on nutrition. And went in the wheelchair and all that, pick out the books. And all I did was stay home and read for 6 weeks these books. After a while, because everything that you read contradicts everything else in nutrition. So it was very confusing, and I didn't know quite what was the truth and what wasn't. So, and then there was all this, mind over matter philosophy. These self-help books would tell you it's all in the mind. So I, poo-pooed the nutritional thing. That was a coincidence with the carrot juice. So I stopped drinking the carrot juice and went back to my donuts and cigarettes and Coca-Cola and RC Cola. And within about 9 days, I was autistic again. And that's even worse because once you've had the ability to communicate, it's like the plug's pulled. So it was even more devastating. So I went back to drinking the carrot juice and some raw foods, and after about 10 days it came back again. So my ability to communicate. So, I'm reading, getting into more raw foods, and then more books on, it's mind over matter, and if you can accomplish the mind over matter, you don't have to worry about what you eat. So that's the ultimate, see. So I was going to go for that, so I stopped the raw food again, and I'm going to do it. But I went back into autism again. So I decided, well, I can't wait to get the mind over matter thing. I'm just going to have to discipline myself and do the dietary, because that worked almost immediately. So relatively. So I continued with studying nutrition for 2.5 years, and got a nutritionist who tutored me for 3.5 years after that. And then I decided it was all too confusing because he was 80 to 85% raw fooder, but not raw meats, and he was against fats. You imagine an Italian that's against fats? This guy was against fats. And those were the only things that made me feel good, was eating lots of raw fats, lots of raw cream, avocados, and raw butter. So I had to get away from him, and I thought the only way I'm going to find the answers is to go out and live in the wild, find primitive tribes, live with animals. So that stretch between 1968, when I had my last treatments, all the way to 73, I got well enough to where, I could bend over this far. I could at least touch my knees. Before that, I could not touch my knees after the cauterization of my spine. So I got on a bicycle with saddlebags loaded with all these books, and took off in a little bitty Lhasa Apso dog in the back of my crate, and I started traveling all over the continental continental America, North America, all the way from Yucatan to Alaska, and all the way from the west coast to the east coast for 3 years. I lived with about 5 Indian tribes, several in Mexico, 2 in the United States, and 1 in Alaska, which was not necessarily the United States at that time. And they all told me to eat raw meat. Now, I was a raw food vegan at this point, and even when I went out in the wild, I couldn't get the dairy, so I was definitely raw food vegan. So whenever I ate cooked foods after the stomach surgery, the meat would putrefy so badly in my system that I'd break out. I'd look like I'd had, I'd gone through a meat grinder. And in fact, a friend of mine in Los Angeles said that I looked like raw hamburger after I'd eat raw meat, because I'd just pustulate all over from the hips all the way up to the head. So I was very afraid of eating any kind of meat. So I was very against meat. I was a diehard vegetarian. I was also against hurting animals. So, I didn't realize, plants are alive. If you rip the leaves off of them, it's doing the same thing. So it's segregating, it's discriminating. But I didn't realize at the time I was for the animals, and you weren't allowed to kill animals. So I was a diehard, evangelistic vegan. But at the end of 2.5 years of living outdoors, and you talk about stress, that is stress. There's no such thing as stress in our little confined environment. When you live outdoors every day, going from 50 to 80 degree change every day from morning to night, and living in all of the elements, that's stress. So my skin got very thick, and I looked like all the pictures of the Native American Indians that were very raw and leathery from living outdoors for that long. And I was very weak again. I went down to about 118 pounds. And I've been suffering with the multiple myeloma, the bone cancer. It's like having arthritis and rheumatism together in every joint in the body. There were times I couldn't even lift up a twig with the right arm because it was so painful. So at this point, after 2.5 years, I couldn't even ride the bicycle. So I decided to fast myself to death because I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. So I chose this old Indian burial ground in a desert near Palm Springs in Southern California, and began fasting myself to death, drinking a little bit of water every day just so the headaches wouldn't get so severe. And there was a den of coyotes that lived in the canyon. Now, I had lived with alligators, I lived with all kinds of creatures, and I watched them always eat the normal thing, but I was still so prejudiced against the raw meat that I wouldn't do it. So the coyotes came down and kept waking me up at midnight every night. And they would howl. They'd sound like crazy people in a loony bin, and just howling like that. And they'd wake me, and they'd just play this game. After about 2 weeks, it got to be where I could sense where they were without them even moving. And I guess that was their clue. So the next night, I had built this little, overhang just to shelter myself from the heat of the sun mainly. Sometimes I had to go up and crawl up in a cave because it got to 140 degrees in the daytime. But the coyotes one of the coyotes came up and I was naked, and put its cold, wet nose on my knee and woke me. And it backed away from where I was and went like this. So what was I going to do? I thought, this is just a dream. I'm going to follow the coyote. So I followed the coyote feebly. I'm pretty weak at this point. 2 weeks into the fast. And I knew it was going to take me 40 to 60 days to die by fasting. So the coyotes took me on a little hunt with them, and they captured a jackrabbit, about a year old, about 7.5 pounds. Ears stood with ears about this tall. The head was about like this. Pretty big animals. So they caught it, ripped it open, put it at my feet. Now, I hadn't eaten meat in 6.5 years at this point. And, I looked at that and I thought, oh my God, this is the Easter bunny, and, bloody and warm and all this stuff. And then I remembered all of those sound bites that I'd heard my father and my uncles who were doctors tell all of the relatives when we were on reunions that when they went hunting, never to eat a wild rabbit because it could have a bacteria in it that would kill a human in 2 days very painfully. So I thought, coyotes are going to help me die quickly. 2 days of pain, easy, no problem, rather than 40 to 60 days of fasting with severe headaches and nausea all the time. So I picked up the rabbit and began eating it. Of course, it came right back up. It was warm. It was raw. So I had problems with that. So I psyched myself out. I sat down for 5 minutes and I psyched myself out. It's like, you're going to eat this thing. It's your way out, quick way out. Otherwise, suffering. 2 days of suffering, lifetime of suffering. What are you going to do here? So I picked up the rabbit and I began eating it. And, it just kept wanting to come up. And after about 10 bites, it started to get pretty delicious. So I ate about 3.5 pounds. And the coyote shared the rest of it. So I went back to my campsite to die. And I knew that I was dying because I had many operations, throughout the years. And I died twice on the operating table, and they revived me. And you hear the stories about going into the tunnel of light and how bright it is. Well, my experience was that when I died, one time I did recreational drugs. and lowered my blood pressure so badly that I died, and I was out for 3 hours and 17 minutes. But I had died over a heater, so it kept my body warm enough so I was able to be revived. Anyway, I knew that I was dying after eating this rabbit because I felt too good. And when I left the body in those near-death experiences, it was pain-free, it was euphoric. So I knew that I was on my way to dying, so I wanted to die back in my sleeping bag. So I went back there because it was starting to get chilly at this hour. It's probably about 4:30 in the morning. And in the desert, when the temperature drops, this is in September, mid-September, so when the temperature drops, it drops fast at night. So I got back into my sleeping bag, woke the next day, but I was still on this planet. And I knew that I hadn't died, but I didn't feel as badly. And usually I had to be in the sun for 2 hours before I could even move because the bone pain was so bad from the bone cancer. So I noticed that within a half an hour I was able to get out of my sleeping bag. So I felt better, and I was waiting for, 2 days. I was waiting for the bacteria to hit, stomach cramps to start, and to die. Never happened. 3 days later, I'm still feeling better than I probably had in my entire life, and it dawned on me. Raw meat, native tribes trying to get me to eat raw meat, every one of them. And I refused to do it. Raw meat. Raw meat's the answer. So, what happens, a big sidewinder starts going right by me. So, and I had seen the Indians kill snakes. So I just walked up, put my foot on its head, picked it up right in front of the rattler, and spun it. And then realized, well, I've never done this before. Do I know that the head's going to snap off, or is the snake going to turn around and bite me? So I'm worried of spinning this thing for 5 minutes, deciding, getting up the guts to snap it. So finally I snapped it, and sure enough, the head just shut right off, and peeled it back and ate it. And it tastes like raw fish. It does not taste like chicken. And lots of bones. But it gave me lots of energy, and I knew that living in the desert was not going to be easy. So I got on my bicycle and visited all the farms around within 20 miles. And I got work so I could work for chickens, meat, eggs, dairy. Within 3 months, I had gained 50 pounds, and I looked like a shrunken Arnold Schwarzenegger. So I knew this was the answer. So I went back to Los Angeles to spread the great news. And everybody says, "Are you crazy? You can't eat raw meat. You're going to get a parasite, a brain parasite, and you'll be an idiot." And I said, "Well, I've already been that. And this is the only thing that makes me feel good. This is the only thing that's really working. So I'm going to continue doing it." But it scared the hell out of me, because I didn't want to go back into a state like I experienced with autism for 22 years. So I ate the raw meat maybe 3 times a week only. So maybe I consumed 2.5 pounds of meat a week at the most. It was mainly fish, and so the improvements were very gradual, very slow. I consumed enormous amounts of raw dairy and raw cream and raw butter. It was helpful, but I always worried, this is the time that I'm going to get that brain parasite and be an idiot again. After 13 years of eating raw meat, and a few years later, 1982, 76 is when I had the experience with the coyotes. 82, I began eating raw meat on a daily basis. So 13 years from 1976, which was 89, I realized, wait a minute, I haven't had a parasite at all, and I have no vagus nerve. I have no hydrochloric acid in my stomach. Where do these so-called authorities get off telling people that they get parasites from eating raw meat? So I began to question it, and I looked in every university I could find, and not one clinical test had been done anywhere. This was all supposition, written as law, dictated to the masses. And it's that way with any raw food. They'll tell you that that's a problem. The bacteria and parasites in it will cause that in you. So I did some experiments. I ate pinworm-infested salmon that undulated with pinworms. It was nearly white. I had my feces, urine, and blood checked for 10 weeks. Now, one parasite. So then I ate some cat's brain that was infested. Again, no reaction, no parasites. I just continually, some of you may have seen me on Ripley's Believe It or Not last year. Twice on Ripley's Believe It or Not, I ate meat that was infested. There was a food inspector there who was saying, "You're going to die if you eat this." I mean, I had parasites, I had, bacteria, E. coli, everything on this meat. I'd let some of it go for a year and 3 months, that long. So it was green, it was black, it had molds, it had bacteria, it had everything in it. And I ate it without any diarrhea, without any ill reaction whatsoever. So I'm telling you that the myth out there that you're going to get bacterial food poisoning from meat or parasites from meat is absolutely fiction. It's myth. Ran an experiment with 30 animals. None of them were healthy. We gave them all this infested bacteria in meat with parasites. Not one of the 30 got any parasites. Only clinical tests that I know have been run. Proved it. Doesn't happen. So, what does that mean? Does that mean you can eat raw meat and be healthy? It certainly does, because anytime you eat any kind of food cooked, by the time you reach 144 degrees, you start destroying the enzymes. And the enzymes are responsible for separating, for fractionating the molecules in your food, and for reassimilating them into a product for you to utilize as lubrication, as fuel, as detoxifiers, which are solvents, and as building matter. You lose the enzymes, where does your body get those enzymes? Well, how does it replace them? It goes into every cell of your body. The pancreas sends out a hormone, a variety of hormones that says, we need you to go around like thugs and take a little bit from every cell every time you eat a cooked food. So this little bit taken from everything causes the depletion in health over a long period. Not only do you have a loss of enzymes at low temperature, by the time you eat 122 degrees, they are all dead and destroyed. And minerals start cauterizing, like the phosphorus is destroyed about 98 degrees. Starts altering at 98 degrees, destroyed by 103 degrees. By the time you hit 118 degrees, you start destroying your vitamin A and vitamin C. By the time you hit 141 degrees, which is normal pasteurizing temperature, 50% of your calcium is cauterized, unassimilable. Vitamins, all neutralized, cannot be assimilated properly. By the time you hit 178, you have nothing alive left in the order of vitamins. Gone. Destroyed. 178, that's no big temperature, is it, for cooking? Most people cook 225 on up. That's not the only thing that happens. You start having byproducts that form, and these are toxic byproducts. The main ones are heterocyclic amines, lipid peroxides, and acrylamides. The lipid peroxides are the toxicity formed from fats, cooking fats. The heterocyclic amines are those toxins created from cooking the proteins. And the acrylamides are those from cooking carbohydrates. Those are the main. In my book, The Recipe for Living Without Disease, the last 70 pages, it's all the clinical information, laboratory information that I cite, all of the known toxins from cooking. There's a lot of them. But those are the main ones that have been linked to cancer and when they accumulate. And they accumulate for a very long time. And that's why our cancer rate is, in men it's 1 out of every 2, and women it's 1 of every 3 gets cancer now, according to Samuel Epstein, the world's greatest or most renowned researcher in oncology. That's not a very pretty picture. And then you couple that with all the toxins from chemical farming, pesticides, and the basic environmental pollution. You add to that, and now you can understand why there's no way the medical profession is going to get ahead. No way. Now, let me take this a little bit farther for you. Let's say that your body relies upon this bacteria to help you. Let's say that we live in such a sterile environment that you don't have parasites anymore in your body. You don't have high bacterial levels. So that's like getting rid of all the vultures and the crows and the ants, all those creatures who eat decaying animals. What happens if you get rid of all those? The whole planet becomes a gaseous, toxic waste dump because you have no creatures to eat the decaying tissue. Well, in your body environment, it's the same thing. That's what the bacteria and parasites do. They're the janitors. They go in there, eat up dead tissue quickly. Now what happens? You feed your cells 7 pounds of food a day, and it comes out 1 fecal matter that's about this big, if you're lucky and don't have diarrhea, or if you're unlucky and don't have diarrhea. You get a fecal matter, so it reduces all this food into this amount. Same thing with parasites and bacteria. They will eat this enormous amount of toxicity in your system and reduce it to a small fraction. Sometimes 1/100th of what they eat will be discharged into a small amount. Easy to eliminate. What happens if we don't have those helpers? We have to make solvents, which are soaps, and go in and dissolve this toxic matter. Then what happens? You have all of this water that you have to dilute the compounds. What happens when you have all this fluid that's poisoning everywhere? Mass fluid. It's like, you wash the floor. You have soap in this big tub of water. It's not reducing it, it's expanding it. It's distributing it everywhere in the body by doing that. So I got to thinking, wait a minute. People who are depressed are probably depressed because the body's depressed, has no bacteria in it. These are people who've been taking drugs usually, or had massive reactions to things like drug therapy as a child, maybe polio treatments, or asthmatic treatments. So I started looking in my patients who had these histories and had lots of depression or psychological problems. So I went to one specifically who had been on drugs for 27 years, 5 a day. She was diagnosed with schizophrenia, bipolar, manic depression, everything. Here was a woman in her 40s, early 40s, never had a relationship in her life. She wasn't stable enough to be in any relationship. She'd chew people's heads off. A good day for talking with this woman was, I feel good today. And that was good. So I told her, I said, I've got this theory that your body's low in bacteria and parasites. Let's start feeding it. Let's start feeding you some old, aged highly bacterialized probiotic meat. I'm already on this crazy diet. I have to eat all this raw meat. I'm not going to do this. Slam. Year and a half this went on. Tried to get her to do it. Finally, she tried it. 10 minutes changed her. 10 minutes after eating it. I wasn't going to answer the phone because I knew that I'd have to babysit for her all evening and all night long. So I just hear these messages come on. And each time the message goes, I ate that raw meat about 45 minutes ago, and I'm really nervous. But her whole voice was different, the whole tone. By the morning, she was calling me every 45 minutes to an hour, all through the night. She started about somewhere around 8:30 in the evening. So here it was, 5 o'clock in the morning, she's whistling for me to answer the phone, waiting for me to answer the phone. It changed her. She eats it every day. No longer on medication. She has a boyfriend who is a Chippendale, and she's no hottie, by looks. She's pretty good, but she has this guy who's 10 years younger than she is, this Chippendale model, who's totally in love with her because she is so happy and, not having to depend upon medications and not into depression at all anymore. And she eats this high, stinky, rotten meat every day. Only a little bit. About a ping pong ball size of the mouth every day. Changed her life. Stinks like hell. Refrigerator smells like hell. But it works. So I started doing it with a lot of other people. And guess what? It works with 99% of the people. I've only had 2 people out of 1,000 come back and say it didn't do anything for them. 2 people out of 1,000. Pretty good rate. So now that I've really disturbed everybody, it's about time to take some questions and answers. What time is it? I don't have a watch.
10 to 1.
10 to 1. Okay, so we have about 15 minutes of questions and answers, and then we're going on to the workshop. If anybody's, what I'm going to do is explain how to do a good diet, to do it balanced, to get the most effective, to get the most advantage out of a good raw diet, and to reduce symptomology. So that's what we'll be getting into in the workshop. So if anybody's interested and hasn't signed up for the workshop, see Harry. Okay? But now we're going to do questions and answers before we take a 10-minute break. Yes?
Is there any way you can get that bacteria without eating the funky meat?
Yeah, you can eat fecal matter. That's it? Yes.
I would be interested in what would be a diet that would be useful to a person who runs marathons or is like practices yoga or Tai Chi.
Did everyone hear the question?
No.
He's wondering, what is a good diet for an athlete? I have many athletes on this diet. I have a 59-year-old martial artist who went on the diet 2 years ago. He jump ropes to practice, to get his stamina up, because like a boxer, you have to be constantly on the move, and you have to have good air capacity, wind capacity. So he jump ropes 3 times a week. One time he does, he used to do 2,750 jumps one day. Then the next time he did about 7,000 jumps. Then the third time, 12,500 jumps. This is the ones, he can do it in an hour. But when he started the diet, his heart rate after he would do any of those was around 170 to 180. And he had charted it. When he went on the diet, within a year on the diet, he was down to 108. Heart rate was only 108 after doing that kind of jumping. Sometimes it was all the way down to 98. It's pretty good, isn't it? I noticed that after I was on the raw diet and eating raw meat for 2 years, I'd never been athletic because I was so sickly and I couldn't play with other kids that I was just dragged with my mother everywhere. So when I started feeling like, Arnold Schwarzenegger probably felt, I started exercising. I do 250 push-ups with my legs up at least this high. I did 50 a day, handstand push-ups against the wall, and I would run 5 to 13 miles a day. My heartbeat was almost identical. It was almost like 90 to 92 while I was running and stopped. I ran barefoot on gravel around a track. What your body can do when it gets the right nutrients and it's concentrated is pretty phenomenal. Yes.
How long were you on the raw diet before you started feeling some relief of the pain in your bones?
The question was, how long were you on the raw diet with the raw meat before you had relief from bone pain? Right? Okay. That varied, because when you have that much toxicity in the bone marrow, it's hard to get out. The bone marrow doesn't have an immense amount of blood running through it, nor lymphatic system like the rest of our bodies does to get things out quickly. So it has to move out the joints and move out slowly. So it was probably about 13 years before I was almost painless. But I was also learning how to refine the diet for the next many years.
Eating every day, or
right, and I wasn't eating meat every day. It made a big difference because I have people who have arthritis and rheumatism that had joints like this, and after 7 years on the diet, they have no pain whatsoever, and the swelling's down to a tenth of what it was. And they're functioning, not in wheelchairs anymore. Yes.
What I was curious to know is, okay, the toxins, they're really difficult to get out in your bones, right? Okay. What would happen if a person spent some time in perhaps a hyperbaric chamber? What do you think?
What he asked was, since toxins are so difficult to get out of the bone marrow, would getting into a hyperthermic, hyperbaric pressure chamber, basically, to remove it. I haven't found that works at all. The only thing that I've found that helps is soaking in a hot bath for hours. That's how I survived with my bone cancer. Because when I had the bone cancer, if I wasn't in a bathtub in water, warm water, if I would sleep on any area of my body, I would wake after 10, 15 minutes in excruciating pain. My body's need to move and to turn over and to get into another position. So I never went into REM sleep. So then I went into the bath one time and I put milk in the bath, trying anything and everything. Put milk in the bath, I put some sea salt in the bath, and put some vinegar in the bath. And I fell asleep in the bath, and I woke up 2 hours later, freezing, but I had slept for 2 solid hours. So I rewarmed the water, went back to sleep, rewarmed the water. Every hour and a half to 2 hours, I'd wake up cold, rewarm the water, and go to sleep. So I realized that when you're in a bath and you have a lot of pain, you're in there a little while, the nerves work differently. They start, instead of taking all of the pain energy and taking it to your brain to register, it starts shooting out the body. So as long as I was in the bath, for a half an hour or longer, all of the pain discharged. So I found that the milk, the vinegar, and the sea salt created a slight buoyancy. So it helped me discharge the pain so I could sleep. It would also make the day much less painful, or make me much less painful through the day.
Do you have a ratio for the bath?
Yeah, it depends upon your water. LA water has 192 chemicals in it. I don't know what you have in Chicago. But in LA, I use 3 cups of water, 3 cups of raw milk, 2 heaping tablespoons of sun-dried sea salt, and 2 ounces of raw and pasteurized vinegar, apple cider vinegar. And that works wonderfully. So if ever you're in severe pain, no matter if it's tooth, headaches, no matter what it is, headaches are the ones that least respond because the skull is hard to cause to relax the sinew and allow the skull to expand. Headaches are always because the brain's expanded and there's no room in the skull. So I recommend people put hot water bottles against their head, not on top, but at the sides to heat, so all the fissures can open up so the skull can expand. Skull expands, headaches go away.
Hot, not cold.
Hot, always hot. Well, you could cause your brain to shrink, by putting cold water in anywhere cold water, but the problem with that is, and especially for athletes, once you apply cold water, cold compresses, ice packs, you prevent circulation into that area. The increased circulation is to provide more nutrients for the detoxification to get rid of the bruised and damaged tissue and the blood and serums that are floating around there, and to supply nutrients for healing. And if you apply ice, you've just created scar tissue in that area because you've limited the access of your body to provide nutrients for that area. So it scars. So you can do the same thing. It may take 20 minutes longer, and you may go through more pain for that 20 minutes, but once you get through that 20 minutes, the pain is released. Yes?
I was wondering if you could talk about sea salts, what your thoughts are on it.
When I get into the workshop end of it. That's a little bit more drawn out. Somebody had a question back here? Yes.
Someone that, let's say, would be following your diet, doing some of the things, and there's a person that has lots of emotional blocks and isn't thinking clearly. What specific thing in your diet could help address something?
Eat eggs every hour, every 40 minutes to an hour, nothing else, Rocky style. Keep downing eggs. Remember Rocky? Who saw Rocky? Not everybody saw Rocky, but Rocky, before he goes and works out, he takes a glass, he breaks 5 eggs to it, and then downs them like that, and it's all running out of his mouth. And you have to go like this or it doesn't work.
So if you put the vanilla extract in there, it still work?
Nope. No.
As a child, do you have any tricks for that? I have 2 of them. One of them will do it and one won't.
Well, the one that doesn't,
Which one it needs?
put a little cream and honey with it, and then you can blend it. But you can't, if you blend eggs, if you whip them without something coating it like raw cream, they will oxidize. And three enzymes that are in the egg white will not allow cancer to progress if they're alive and active. And whipping them like that for even 2 seconds neutralizes those 3 enzymes. So you don't want to blend them unless you have cream with it or milk or something like that, or just eat them raw, straight, Rocky style.
Well, how about with cod liver oil in the raw egg?
Cod liver oil, remember all pressed oils, I'm going to get into the workshop, but I'll give you a hint of it. All pressed oils are solvent reactive. They do not lubricate the system, they do not assuage the system, they do not heal the system. They are there to clean your system out. They are soaps. So you put that with the egg, and you're going to create a massive detoxification. Could cause more pain.
So what kind of raw fat are you talking about?
Well, we were just talking about raw eggs.
The cream.
The raw cream. Raw cream is the best to mix with egg. No, won't work. Butter, if you melt it, in low temperatures, put the butter in a jar and immerse it in a bowl of warm water, and then you blend it with the eggs, that's fine. Yeah. You had a question?
Yeah, it's not very simple, but I was going to ask, would you ever recommend anyone eat raw meat from non-organic?
Well, yes.
I do.
If you can't get anything else, definitely. I had a girlfriend in Paris from 93 to 96, and I was going to Paris about 3 times a year, and she was coming here 3 times a year. And I would spend up to a month in Paris with her, and I was eating out of Carrefour supermarkets because there wasn't anything else. Carrefour supermarkets is like, Ralph's, or A&P or one of those. And after 3.5 years, when she broke up with me because I wouldn't marry her. So, on the trip home, plane home, I'm reading this article that's saying that Carrefour supermarkets, all of those years, had been buying and selling the mad cow meat from England, and it didn't affect me. So I've been eating it. So, but in a laboratory test that I did, we took 7 animals. I was one of the animals, and we fed half of us raw and half cooked. And the animals that ate it raw, the toxins, and we did this also with swordfish because of the high mercury to see. So we took that and analyzed how much mercury was in that meat. It was all from the same fish. So we knew how much was concentrated in the tissue. We checked urine, we checked feces, and we checked blood to see how much was active in the blood, but how much was excreted to the feces and urine within the next 36 hours. And no other food was consumed except for tomatoes. Keep the water level up. And those tomatoes had no toxins in them because they were organic. 98% of the mercury and other toxins that were found in the raw flesh passed out in the urine and feces. In the animals who ate it cooked, 5 to 8% passed only. So cooking destroys fractionates the fat molecules that normally bind with the toxins and prevent them from damaging you. Obviously, your body and intestines are intelligent enough to know that, hey, we don't want to digest this, because in the animals, including myself, that ate it raw, the fat molecules that were bound to those toxins were relatively undigested. So the body knows and can determine as it passes through the intestines. However, once it's cooked, everything's fractionated. Everything is dispersed. So the poisons go into the system. Yes?
Why do people have problems with freshwater fish if that's the case? Because wouldn't those pass through also, or is there just too many?
Well, I don't know that exists. I've looked at the people in Hawaii who've done that. And what I find is the people who are affected by high levels of mercury in so-called raw foods are not eating the fish very raw. They're cooking it a little bit. And also they are high fruit eaters. And the fruit goes in and destroys fat levels, increases hydrochloric acid and a lot of fluids that will break down fats and look for fats. When you have a fat-starved body and you got fat that comes into the system, that body is going to get it whether it's bound with fat molecules or not. I mean, whether those fat molecules are bound with toxins or not, it's still going to go for that fat. That will disperse it into your body. So that's why in the workshop we're going to get into how to do the diet balanced so you don't have any problems or reducing the problems. You're still going to have problems because if you've eaten cooked foods in your life, you have toxins stored in your body, period, absolute. That's it. This diet does not provide for you to put more toxins into the system. So that when you detoxify, anytime the body tries to detoxify, cold, flu, sores, aches, and pains, the body's discharging those poisons. This diet doesn't change whether anybody detoxifies or not. All it provides is that you have the proper nutrients to detoxify properly and heal properly. So then you get younger and healthier every day instead of going downhill every day, as people do when they eat cooked foods. Yes.
Well, then, would you say that the meat that we buy in the commercial grocery stores would be all right to eat?
It's all right to eat, but why buy something if you have a better choice of more nutrients is richer? It's like, would you be satisfied for a junkyard heap, or would you like to go buy a new vehicle?
So then you would advocate organic meat would be the best?
Organic, yes. All grazed, would be
Grass-fed?
mostly grass-fed would be best. This grass-fed thing is a little bit confusing. Normally, grasses grow out there and seed all the time, so these animals are always eating seed. In pastures, where they're restricted in their pastures and they're cycled through different areas of the pasture, usually the plants don't get to the point where they can seed. So giving those animals, while they're being milked or something like that, providing some grains while they're milked a couple of cups a day is beneficial for them. So if somebody has some dairy that all the animals are grazed except when they're milked, you can take it. It's good. That grain while they're being milked is wonderful. You have a question? Somebody had a question over here? Yes.
If you're 94 years old, you have cancer, would this help you?
I'm only 96.
No, my father's 94.
Uh-huh.
I've been told he's got 6 months to live,
Mm-hmm.
and he has prostate cancer. And so, when you're that old, what level is
Let me give you an example. I got a client who's 92 years old who gets fed through a tube. Cancer is so bad that he cannot swallow, so he has to be fed through a tube. So, what we do is we take his family, his wife, his kids are all into this, which is an absolute miracle. They take my lubrication formula for women. It's called the moisturizing formula, and which is mainly butter and egg and a little honey and a little lemon juice, and blend meat with that, and a little bit of kefir, which is a little aged milk, and put it, into the hypodermic and down the tube. That man is now out of bed. He is functional. He still has to eat because the stricture is so tight. But it's loosened up now to where we can get more foods down him, and he's functioning.
I guess I was thinking once you're a certain age, you have so many toxins that
Yeah.
it's like, how do you...
It's like the blood, once it starts getting the nutrients, it gets excited.
You're healthy, otherwise you can't, I'm not judged, but...
Right. For some reason, it works for, I'd have to say 96% of everybody who does it.
You have said in the past, though, Aajonus, that people that have been through a lot of chemoradiation and are at that age may not do well or progress with the diet even still because they don't have the cells alive anymore to work with?
Yeah, that's true, but the blood cells can still give them energy.
He said no chemo.
Pardon?
They wanted to do the chemotherapy on him.
He refused?
They said that if you do it, you have a year to live, and if you don't do it, you have less than 6 months. And he didn't want to lose his hair because it's not a nice hair.
Terrific. Then he'll probably react much better.
He hasn't had any chemo or anything, He's been eating raw. My father's been, but
It's the butter. Whenever you have a situation like that, the butter and the meat's the most important. The lubrication formula, most important. Okay. What time is it? Okay. All right. Let me ask one question. Answer one question.
I'm working with the lady trying to help her, and she's been getting to the discs in the neck. Pain. She doesn't have cancer, but she can't get rid of pain. Will this help her?
Definitely. Well, I'm not a guy like that, but it's helped every other case. Hot water bubbles in the general area, and lots of moisturizing formula.
Aajonus mentioned the books that we have.
Oh, okay. This is my first book. This is 2 volumes in one book, so it's like 2 books in one. The first one is details of the story of how my son, at 22 years old, was in an automobile accident.
Put it down.
Destroyed 1/5 of his brain, and they said nobody has ever lived with that much brain damage. He was in a coma, and they said he'd never come out of it. This is how I brought him out of the coma, and he became normal and went to college and everything. And then the second book in your second volume is over probably 6,000 remedies for over 200 common diseases with just foods. No supplements, anything, just foods. And then here's the recipe book. And it's not only recipes for food, food recipes, it's how to make the diet work. And that's what we're going to do in the workshop. But it makes this is pretty clear and concise, but for some reason when I speak it, people get it better. And then the last 70 pages are all the science that was left out of the first book. I did not write the first book for the average scientist. It was for the layperson. But all the scientific data is in the last 70 pages of the recipe book. Oh, and if you want it signed, I'll sign it. Yes. But anyway, they're each $30. So we're gonna break down for any of those who haven't decided to stay but haven't paid for the workshop. See Harry, please. Janet
Probably later, but I'll buy it from you later because I was on our.
How many people are signed up for mini readings? 2, 4, 5. Good. And I did 6. 7. 8, 9. Okay, this is going to be run in. So somebody to let me know when it's 5:45.
We got to be at it.
5:45. And also, I need somebody to let me know when it's, Harry, you'll let me know when it's 3 o'clock? Because then we'll take a few-minute break. Okay. We're going to break down what is in food. There are enzymes, there are vitamins, there are minerals. These are just the basics. And we have protein, we have carbohydrate, and we have fats. The enzymes are your workers. They do all of the work. They disassemble molecules and they reassemble.
Harry.
104 degrees, they start being destroyed. 120, 118 degrees, gone. Vitamins are your architects. Architects for fat assimilation. Architects for protein assimilation and utilization. They are your managers. The architects. If you destroy those, the plan for proper development is reduced. Just elementary structures can be constructed in your system, in your cellular makeup. Minerals are very important to be flexible and magnetic and ionically attractive. Once they are cauterized, the electromagnetic field changes. Cauterization is let me give you an example of cauterization. Say you have bones. Bones, if you put some, put them in with lemon juice, they'll bubble and melt, disintegrate. If you cook those bones at about 200, 250 degrees, it turns them into a harder substance like firing pottery, firing clay. The higher you get, the more like glass it will become. It will become so brittle. You put the lemon juice on it, guess what? No longer dissolves. Things in the body need to be ecologically recyclable. Cooking, cauterization of minerals destroys that. In your fats, once fat molecules are heated and burned, they swell to sometimes 50 times their normal size. So you can be full of fat, but not have a lot of fat on you, but yet be very large in structure. Because you have all these swollen fat molecules. The proteins, when they are cooked, they become dangerous. Your proteins are very much like building materials. And once they're damaged, some of them will change shapes, some will change chemical reactions in the body, and that can be very dangerous, and often is, the heterocyclic amines. Carbohydrates in the human body are not good, period. All the high carbohydrate diets out there for the runners and all that, that's quick carbohydrate, right. It's quick fuel and it burns quick and it irritates the body to excite it, but that's not a healthy way to generate energy, because Columbia University proved it, that when the human utilizes carbohydrate, a byproduct remains called advanced glycation end product. That accumulates at a rate of 70 to 90%. 70% in your healthiest body, 90% in your worst body, like somebody with diabetes or kidney problems. But 70 to 90% byproduct. That's a sugary, pasty, gummy waste product that floats around in the brain, blood, and lymph, and your glands, and congests everywhere. It fogs thinking. If you rely upon pyruvate for that particular kind of sugar fuel instead of carbohydrates, it works a lot better, because with pyruvate, which is broken down with glucagon, there's only a 7 to 8% byproduct. 7 to 8% as opposed to 70 to 90%. Big difference. Remember that, because when we get into eating, you're going to understand why there's a better eating program for clarity and focus. Fats, I found, are the most important ingredient to reduce symptoms and to give you strength and health and energy. One, the ratio between energy calories that can be produced by fat is 2.5 times greater than pyruvate, protein, or carbohydrate. So it is the most efficient fuel to use. Energy builder in your system is fat. The body, the liver, can construct 60 varieties of cholesterols. 1/3 are used for lubrication, 1/3 are used for energy, and 1/3 are used for cleansing the body. Protecting the body, fueling the body, cleansing the body. All so important to the system. Let me give you an example. I was in North Carolina, Asheville, North Carolina, about 3 weeks ago, and this man who was probably, trying to remember, his late 50s, he had all the signs of having been into a lot of drugs, and alcohol. He had the thick, swellings, the adipose tissue all over his face that showed he had been an alcoholic and into drugs for a long time. But yet, his eyes were the clearest of anybody that I saw there, and there were a lot of vegetarians that I saw there who were very ill. This man was cleaner than anybody that I had seen. And I had said, okay, we have to understand this. Been to a lot of drugs, alcohol for a long time, and you only stopped 7 years ago. And the only sign of that is in your skin, not in your tissues and in your glands. I have to know, what was your weight? He said, I was 300 pounds until I went on this diet. 300 pounds. It's consistent. Whenever I've got somebody who is really fat, the poisons go into the fat. The alcohols, the poisons go into the fat. They don't go into the glands. That's why I like people to be fat. They are protected. If you go through a detoxification, even if you're on this diet and you don't have enough fat in the blood, guess what's going to happen? Those poisons are going to go into your glands or your brain or nervous system somewhere and store. Because you don't have enough fats in the blood to deal with it. That's why I like people to get fat on this diet. You know, women aren't going to be happy about this, but I like people to get fat. You go up and down, up and down. Just the opposite. Everything on this diet is the exact opposite of what everybody else says. Stay away from water, get fat, lose weight, get fat, lose weight, get fat, lose weight. All the things they tell you not to do to get healthy are all the things that will make you unhealthy in the long run. However, a lot of things that they say on a cooked diet are valid to an extent for some people. Because people need to drink more water to dilute the poisons, to help flush and wash out as many as they can. But you're going to flush and wash out a lot of good nutrients at the same time. We'll get into that as we go along. So fats are the most important nutrient, especially if you're diseased. And disease is always the accumulation of toxins in your system. Cooked food or environmental pollution. They collect in the body. And if that's all your body is eating, you're going to be full of it. If you grew up under an airport, you're going to be full of a lot of toxins. I have a lot of people who were raised around industry or under an airport, and they have been into chronic fatigue or fibromyalgia for years, and they come out of it when they get on the diet. It may take a few years, but they do. Fat is the most important thing for anybody who's fatigued, anybody who has a problem. You've got to control those poisons. Say you have mercury in the system. Mercury constantly irritates and sets out gases which destroys surrounding tissue. So as long as the mercury is in your body, it's going to create damage, unless you are very fat. And if you're very fat, then it's great, because you have enough there to bind with those poisons. As the mercury vaporizes and crystallizes, you have enough fats there to bind with it. But also consider this. 1 molecule of mercury takes up to 1,000 molecules of fat to bind with 1 molecule of mercury. That's like having a crazy man that's worth 1,000 humans. And it takes 1,000 humans to take care of one crazy person, because that crazy person can do a lot of damage. So mercury is a super toxin. It takes about 1,000 molecules of fat to bind with it. So now you can understand all of these toxins that are in our environment, why we need so much fat. This whole psychological thing about fat is one thing we have to dispose of right away. And ladies, let me tell you, it doesn't affect your relationships negatively at all. I've got some examples. I've got 3 women who are in the film industry who are ultra concerned about their appearance and thinness. And the one that I talked about that was 27 years on on a diet, on the psychotropic drugs, 5 a day. Very thin woman. She did all these yogi tapes and everything, and wait a minute, you're going to go to her for help? And she can't help herself? Well, now she's put on all this weight. One woman's a famous director. She's put on all this weight, and she does not look attractive. Very unattractive the way she puts it on. But she has a boyfriend now who's 15 years younger than she is gorgeous. It doesn't matter because now she's a sweet, lovely person. So you can't look at the weight, appearance-wise, as being as important as you being a nice person, because there's a lot of people out there that would rather have a nice person rather than a psycho bitch, like the one woman that was under psychotropic drugs. That woman was insane. Insane. You just couldn't be around her. And now she's lovely and a sweet person. And even more so because she knows where she's been. So don't think about the fat. And if your boyfriend starts browbeating you about your weight and you're a nicer person, you don't belong with him anymore. Pass on to some nicer person. Period. That's what it's all about. It's about you being healthy and well and a happy person. Because there are many people out there, many men who are attracted to a nicer person than they are a physical structure. Because it's difficult to be in a relationship with a physical structure that's malfunctioning. And it's terrible. I will not date a skinny girl. I won't. I won't even think about going out with a skinny girl. In fact, I usually say they have to have padding on them, and I'm assured that I'll be padded. So fat is so important. I can't stress it enough. Now, we have various fats. We have avocados, we have butter, we have cream, we have coconut cream, we have fat oils, pressed oils. Each one of them provides a different thing. If you want to feel more relaxed and comfortable psychologically, cream is your best. Cream soothes the nerve tissues. It's the only fat that will do that. However, the liver has a difficult time digesting it in most people because the liver has to churn it, so to speak, and separate the whey from it and turn it into butter. But because of the mineral concentration in that whey that is in the cream, that soothes the nerves when they're put in together. And it can only make that structure for the nerves when it is in the form of cream. Butter, on the other hand, will lubricate the bones, the skin, everything else in the body is better aided with butter. Butter is the most important. So if you want to break down fats, cream should be maybe 10% of your diet of fat intake. Butter should be about 70% of the intake. And your pressed oils no more than 20%. But the pressed oils all turn into solvents. It's like kerosene, it's like alcohol. Not in structure, but in activity, in action. It goes in and dissolves compounds and leaves a lot of waste product. So I said bacteria and parasites are better for cleansing than solvents. But you have to have solvents because certain cells that have been destroyed by mercury or cadmium or lead, guess what? Bacteria goes in to eat those, the bacteria dies. Parasites die because they've been poisoned. So the only thing that can get rid of them is solvents that your body manufactures. That's what viruses are. Viruses are not alive, they're solvents. And they don't replicate themselves by just producing, the body manufactures them. But the medical profession makes a lot of money on even non-live things like viruses are contagious. They replicate themselves. It's bullshit. That's like saying Tide soap is contagious because every home has them. Somebody produced it. And each body produces virus. They are solvents to break down tissue in the system. And they're very important for those that have been so contaminated with certain poisons that the bacteria and parasites cannot eat it. Also creates a lot more toxicity, as I said, because you have a lot of waste products as a result, diluted and spread out to the system. That's why you need to keep your intake of flax oil, cold-pressed flax oil, and olive oils, and any other kind of pressed oil reduced to a minimum of 20% of your diet. Maximum of 20% of your diet. Any more than that, you're asking for trouble. More symptoms, more flus, more colds, more aches and pains. The fats, and I suggest that if you eat olive oil, flax oil, even coconut oil, which is 60% solvent reactive, not like 90% like the others, it's still highly solvent reactive. So always eat butter and or cream with it. So if you're having olive oil with your meat, you have some honey and some cream and butter with it, or mix it into a sauce. Cream and butter with the olive oil. That is the best way to do it with the least symptoms. Mix them all together. What it does is the cream and the fats will help bind with those poisons that the pressed oils have dissolved and released and set free. If you don't have those other fats to bind with those poisons, guess what? A lot of it will be reabsorbed into your system. So you're just shifting it around, causing more damage. It's like you keep using the same water, and you don't dump it out, and then start off with new water and new soap. Just keep using the same old dirty water. Guess what happens? Just keep spreading the dirt around and thinning it out. Is basically what you're doing. And it comes to a point where it's just too thick. On this diet, that does not happen if you follow it structurally properly. You will have the nutrients that you need to bind with those poisons and get them excreted out of the system.
So can I check in? I'm learning a lot as you speak, getting dizzy. The pressed oils go in and
clean up the system.
Clean it up, but they create byproducts, and that's why we would have the other things like butter
and cream
to
bind with
then
those.
Move it, or else that's if we don't, then it's too much water.
Too much toxic fluid in water. Yes. Yeah. So let's say we say the butter and the cream are like garbage cans, or drain pipes where you can put the garbage in and it will leave the property, the body. Without it, it won't happen very well. Some of it will go, but not all of it, and probably not even half will leave without those other fats along with your pressed oils.
And then just one more context. When you're talking about these percentages, what percentage of oils are in the diet? Are you going to move along to that? Because you're not
We're
talking
going to move along to that.
Okay, great.
Proteins, as I said, help structure the system. They are the building blocks. There are supposedly 22 amino acids, which are proteins, that help structure everything, the building blocks for everything. Once they are cooked and heterocyclic amines accompany them, it causes all types of chemical reactions. And you never know how it's going to work with an individual from day to day. It can change. It's usually consistent per individual how the major effect will be. On some people, it creates a lot of anger and hostility, hyperactivity. In others, it creates a vast amount of lethargy. It depends upon, the characteristics of an individual, which I can't go into that because that's a whole class in itself. If you eat it raw, you don't have to worry about all those byproducts and those problems. And you have the proper nutrients to restructure and regenerate. Now, if you cook your meats, it does not allow for what is necessary for cellular division. That's how cells reproduce. Human cells divide, and they've got 2 cells instead of 1. So they divide like that. Now, raw meat allows for that, even in nerve tissue. It promotes it. Cooked meats do not. That's why people start healing and get more energy. I mean, take a look at me. 35 years ago, I was crawling on my elbows. I had no control from here down. I had to wear diapers for everything. I had to have my food close by. If I had to go from the couch, because I lived there, because it was the closest place to the bathroom and the kitchen, and it would take me a half an hour to get from here to that painting back there, because I'd get a few feet and I would pass out, sugar problem, diabetes, and then I would go a little bit farther and take me half an hour to get across the room. Here I am standing up here, focused, clear, no longer autism. I'm 56 and a half years old. I was supposed to die 35 years ago. Now, people who have those kind of problems do not advance like that. On normal cooked diets, it doesn't happen. But on people on this diet, it does. Let me give you an example. We got a client, when he was brought to me, he was 16 years old, 15 and a half or 16 years old, been in a wheelchair his whole life, mentally probably about 4 years old, 3 and a half, 4 years old. Entire body was skinny, and he hadn't grown in size since he was 9 years old. And he was like this, in a wheelchair. And that's as far as he can move his head. 2 years on the diet now, he's gained 50 pounds. He's grown. I just saw him about 4 weeks ago. He is much more conscious. He can tell us what music he likes and all kinds of stuff. He doesn't talk well, but he can communicate in other ways. His feet are now relaxed. One hand is completely functional, and the other one is closed. The kid was born that way. Born that way. The doctors that are on his case are just blown away. They even give him, the mother, they give her a letter. She's a stepmother. They give her letters to protect her, that she allows that child to eat raw meat, because when you have a child like that, they're somewhat wards of the state, even though they're your child. They get involved in the child that's like that, that's handicapped like that. So the doctors have given her right to feed this child raw meat and raw everything, because they've seen what it's done for this child. But only raw meat can do it. He was fed lots of cooked meat throughout his life that didn't do a thing. And he's a child that reacts very well with getting fat. And I mean, he can be huge, and then he'll slim down, and every time you can see him grow and everything get that much more relaxed. I figure in 5 years he might be normal, pretty close to normal.
Would raw eggs do that too? Not just raw meat, but raw eggs?
Nope, that's what I'm getting into. That's the next step of another protein. Okay? Raw meat helps cellular division. For some reason, in my experiments, eggs do not. The protein in raw eggs helps rebuild and restructure cells, but not help cellular division. but it sure helps everything else. If you're sick, if you have asthma, if you're running into a brick wall on the diet, cut your diet down to nothing but eggs every hour. 2-3 days if necessary. Your whole body will change. There's something about the structure and balance of raw eggs that seems to be perfect. Let me give you an example. I mentioned this in the recipe book. I had this woman who was about 70 years old who had been diagnosed with emphysema 7 years prior to my exposure to her. She was in fourth stage, had been pretty much bedridden for the last 2 years of her life and on machines. Her MD called me on a Thursday evening quite a few years ago and said, I have an emphysemic patient, told me the whole story and said, we take her off, when we shut off the machine, she stops functioning, so we have to keep her on the machines. She's probably going to die this weekend. Is there anything we can do? So, well, you're calling me a little late, aren't you? And she says, well, I'm an MD, I have my family to take care of, and, I have to protect my livelihood. I said, well, that's your conscience. The only thing I can suggest that you do is get 10 to 15 dozen eggs, put them at her bedstand, and tell her to eat one as often as she can. There's no limit. So, on a Monday morning, early, I get a call from this very raspy voiced woman. She explains who she is. She said, I ate 66 eggs over the weekend. I got the eggs on Saturday morning, I think it was. She ate 33 each day. And she says she's out of bed, off the machines. What else can she do? She's supposed to die that weekend. So, eggs are very important except for cellular division. They help balance the body in so many ways. Also, if you have, intense amount of work to do and you can't stop and eat, always pop an egg every 45 minutes to an hour, and that'll keep you focused and keep you going. Also, a little golf ball size of meat in between can help too. Just as long as you just keep a little bit of food intake that's mostly protein with some fat. The vitamins and enzymes that you get in supplements, that's like taking, would you rather have a prosthesis or a for real working arm, feeling working arm? Would you rather be a bionic person? Do you want to be in the experience with your body and sensation, or would you rather have some live part of your body able to function and experience? That's the difference. I don't care what quality of vitamins and enzymes they have to be separated and isolated. There are only two ways to do that, basic ways to do that: heat or solvent extraction and separation. Would you clean your food, your fruits, and your meats with kerosene before you eat them? No. I don't. Well, let me ask you. Anybody here would do that? I don't see anybody. Or gasoline. That's what happens when you take supplements. They all have to be treated to be separated. A vitamin, an enzyme, a nutrient. There always has to be some mechanical way to do it. They are toxic. They can only be utilized about 12% maximum. That means that 88% of it is toxic primarily. For somebody who's on a lot of cooked foods, those less treated nutrients than they would be by high cooking would be helpful. But on somebody who's 50% raw, they are mostly damaging. Your vitamin E is one of the worst abused nutrients there are. Fuji and Kodak supply most of it for the world. And guess where their tocopherol comes from? Their developing fluid. Some scientists said, oh, this has the same structure almost as vitamin E, a tocopherol structure. But true vitamin E is the alpha tocopherol structure. But because it's close, they sell everybody else, oh, this is vitamin E. This is a form of vitamin E. So they encapsulate it and sell it to you, and basically that tocopherol, what they're selling, is one of the most toxic byproducts there is. They have to have these huge, thick cans when they store it in the toxic dumps. The cans have to be something like 6 inches thick, and it has to be in a vault that's something like 6 feet thick in concrete. What they do is disperse it out to you, and you put it in everything. Anything that's got vitamin E, you can bet that 99% of it is that toxic vitamin E waste. It's not a true vitamin E. And those supplements that say that there's true vitamin E in it, they get it from soy or corn, you can bet that maybe 5 or 6 of those units are the natural, they come from the food, but the rest, the 95% of it, the rest of the units, is all that same chemical. It's all a marketing gimmick. And it isn't that the people selling it know that. Only the scientists know it. Only the people at Kodak and Fuji, they know it. And other people that know biochemistry a little bit better than your average person know it. So people aren't trying to poison you purposely, except for those originators who know better. And that's the same thing with the medical profession. The medical profession, once the pharmaceutical houses got control of the medical schools in the early 1900s, Carnegie and Rockefeller, the way they got control of the medical schools was to offer them huge grants for research, directed research. We want you to look for an active substance in an herb or wherever that has a reaction that's supposed to be helpful for people. We want you to find the active and chemical ingredient. And if you find it, we'll pay you fortunes. We will own, exactly, we will own the patent on it, and we will sell it, but we'll give you fortunes to find it. So, everybody wants to find it and make that money, right? So you get these chemists, and these academics who want that notoriety, who want that money, who want all of that, and then they paint a very bad picture. When the pharmaceutical houses took over at that point, they started dictating to doctors, use this drug, here's how it works, here's what works, without any proof or backing. And that's basically how the medical field is run from the pharmaceutical houses. Doctors only are taught what the pharmaceutical houses want them to believe. Period. That is it. Unless you have some that are more alternatively thinking and realize in their life, like Dr. Mendelsohn did, that this is all garbage. It does not work. It's futile. So then they go into alternative areas, and then they get attacked for it because they're not practicing the proper medical protocol. Vitamins, supplements are relatively very close in the same family as any other kind of pharmaceutical drug. You never know how it's going to react when it's isolated and imbalanced in the system. And most often it is not good. It causes a collection of toxicity. That toxicity is what causes a boost to the adrenals, which makes you feel better for a while. But then what happens when it accumulates? And when any toxin accumulates to a point, then you get an allergy to it. Even a few molecules of that same thing will then cause an ill reaction. And you won't even know which supplement it is. or which ingredients of the supplement. It's just a dangerous place to go. It's not a safe place to go. Vitamins and enzymes and minerals in your food are always in a balance if you're eating the right foods. Of course, you eat poison mushroom, you're going to have a problem. That's not in a good balance. You eat any other kind of a poisonous plant, you're going to have a problem because it's not in a proper balance. Eating too much fruit on this diet is a problem because you have the high sugar byproduct, and the body only needs 5% of its nutrients come from carbohydrates. 5% of the nutrients come from carbohydrates. That is all. That is needed for the citric acid cycle, to help utilize fat as fuel, and to help provide alcohol for the solvents that cleanse the body, but only 5%. So if you're getting a little carb in your meat, you're getting a little carb in your eggs, you're getting a little carb in your vegetable juice, you've got plenty of carbs. You don't really need fruit at all. But if you do eat it, you better eat it with a lot of fat. Remember, 5% to how much fat? So let's say the calories here, so you have one peach. The calories better be 95% greater than what's in the peach. So you better have a half a cup of cream or butter and cream to go with that peach to make sure it doesn't create a severe imbalance. But let's say you do that all day long. That will create a mineral deficiency. That will cause bone loss, osteoporosis, irritability, lack of focus, scattered thinking, can cause all kinds of serious problems. Take a look at the whole community that's on raw foods that's on raw foods that lack animal products. They're wired, they're hyperactive, they're easy to anger, most of them, unless they're so worn out and fatigued that they're calm and collected, but they have no energy. So there's always those extremes in that field. Protein, I find that in meats, a minimum of a pound a day is a safe amount to eat. Under that, it's unsafe. If you want to regenerate and heal, it's an unsafe amount. 1 pound minimum. I eat from 1 to 3 pounds a day. If I'm in a healing cycle, I will eat as much as I can, up to 3 pounds. I can eat more than that. If I could eat more than that, I would, but I can't. 3 pounds a day. Whenever I get really sleepy and tired, that means I'm going through a healing state. 90% of healing happens in the sleep state. Well, if you're in a healing state, what does the body need a lot of? Nutrients to help cellular division. And that's meat. That's the only thing that comes from that is meat. And when I'm talking about meat, I'm talking about whether it's red, white meat, and that means fowl, seafood, beef, lamb, whatever. All meats fall into those, all flesh foods fall into the meat category for cellular division. So you find yourself sleepy, sleeping more, tired, eat more meat. Take advantage of that sleep state. And you'll find that the more meat you eat, the less sleep and the less fatigue you will have during that healing state. Yes?
When you mentioned 1 to 3 pounds, that's for if you're dealing with a healing crisis and stuff? Or is it?
Not a healing crisis. A healing crisis is when the body has almost stopped its detoxification process and is jumping into the healing state. But I'm talking all through the healing state, all through the tired state.
detoxification.
Not the end of detoxification.
The end of
The end of detoxification. Cold, flu is the end of the detoxification. Diarrhea, vomiting, the end of this phase, a long phase of detoxification. Either bacteria or solvents, virus, or parasites have gone into your body and cleaned up a lot of garbage. Now it's time to take the waste product out. So it will come out the mucous membranes, it will come out diarrhea, it will come out vomiting, it will come out your skin, come out your vaginal cavity, your rectum, wherever it comes out, it will come out. Your hair, nails, wherever the body can get rid of it, it will do it. So all that discharge is taking out the garbage, the waste products, during a detoxification, at the end of a detoxification. You may have a little bit happening all the time, but usually when you're into a heavy detoxification, you'll come to a point where you get a cold or a flu or diarrhea or vomiting. If you have any aches and pains, you're in the heart of detoxification, whether it's local or systemic. Now let's take a look. We've gone over all the nutrients now. You understand what they do, so you know how to think when you're eating. This one does this one does that. What do I want to occur in my body? I'm going to need to suck an egg. I mean suck an egg. This is the ideal, fast, convenient food. Pre-packaged, perfect balance. And it's so easy. And the waste product is easy to get rid of. Blend it and put in your rose garden or garden.
Oh my God.
Ah, the yolk is so delicious. Oh, I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Did you like soft-boiled eggs?
Yeah.
That's what it tastes like. It's like a soft-boiled egg.
But it would be better if you put salt on it.
Oh! They're very salty tasting, let me tell you, especially if you get a rotten egg.
You remember the time I put my sausages, and I called it Sherry and I couldn't even talk. And I wasn't doing the raw egg yet. And all I know is she said, I'll look in the book because I couldn't reach my book, and she said, oh, raw eggs, Nancy. I sat here, I'm not exaggerating, talk about grossing out. I sat and looked at it in a cup, which was a big mistake, for like 20 minutes, I'm not kidding. And I go like this, and I don't know how long it took me, and I thought, I felt like I vomited like 30 times before I really drank it. And when I did it, I couldn't believe how refreshing it was. And it wasn't really that bad, but I found the trick, like I had to close my mouth after each little bite and, just get it down. But if I could do it, anybody could, because I was really grossed out. So you can do it. Don't give up.
Me too.
There's some people I suggest that they can do it like that, and then they can. The egg white comes out first as you're sucking. Okay, tasteless. It's kind of slimy for some people, like oysters. And, some people don't like that. But when they have just a small amount in their mouth, it's easy to swallow and get rid of. And then the yolk is the last, and that's so tasty and rich. I like that a lot. What time is it?
2:30.
2:30. Okay. I forgot where does anybody remember where I was going to go? Yes.
The question you were saying under a probably unsafe. What do you mean by that?
That means if you want to heal and you want to build and strengthen your body cannot do it without at least a pound of meat a day.
Now, if you're nursing and you're detoxing, isn't that dangerous to nurse if you use your detoxing because they're getting your...
You're not going for... Remember, meat does not detoxify you. Meat never detoxifies you, unless you're eating high meat. Then you can add to detoxification. As long as you're eating raw meat, you're not...
I'm just saying, if you're doing all this, aren't you detoxing? You know,
Raw meat does not cause detoxification unless it's high meat. And you'd have to eat a lot of it. So asking about the quantity of meat has nothing to do. It will just allow your baby to grow more healthfully and strongly if you eat a lot of raw meat. So remember, a pound of meat a day is minimal for safe healing and development.
And the safe is what's, I'm confused also.
The what?
When you say it's safe, that implies that something would be unsafe.
Well, if you don't want to go toward deterioration, that's what I call unsafe.
Okay, so it's as a strengthener. You want to stay as strong.
You want to
enough.
stay going toward healthier state of being.
Got it.
And when you get up to the pound, you're at a safe point where I have seen no degeneration happen accompanying the diet. When people go into, a lot of meat product, a lot of dairy products, and don't have the meat, I see all this cleansing happening, but I don't see regeneration of tissue in the system. Sure, they're getting cleaner, they're getting stronger, but are they getting younger and healthier, or are they becoming more alive? Let me give you an example. When you see a person walking like this across the street, how many cells do you think is alive in that body? Not many. Maybe 25%. And that 25% is not well. And it's holding up this 100% body weight. Moving like this shows that it's a very weak, dead system. Who wants to be that way? I don't exercise. I don't do any, roller skating once a month, once every 2 months. That's all I do. And I am solid and thick, massive. If I go without eating a pound of meat a day, I will start losing weight. I'll start losing muscle mass after about 6 months. I've experimented and done it. A pound of meat keeps everybody, unless they're under 5 feet tall, then it's about 14 weight ounces a day will keep them fine.
Thank you. One more thing. You were saying something about women being fat, but you're not fat.
Well, I'm at my bottom side. We're going to talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah. Remember I said up and down, up and down?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just going back up right now. But if you'd seen me 2 months ago, I had a 38-inch waist. Right now I'm at a 32. And I was a few weeks ago I was at a 31, so I was at my bottom size. So I go up 7 inches in the waist. So I get quite big, and my face gets full, my neck gets bigger, and everything gets bigger. And I look like Russell Crowe as the gladiator. Yes.
When you're talking about those fluctuations in body weight, is that maintaining a fairly constant diet, or do you actually cycle yourself through changes in your diet to cause that weight?
I do explain it in the recipe book, briefly, that I like people to go on a structured weight gain plan. And it's structured. You eat so much fat with each meal, and you structure the meals. And the way I've outlined it in there is for people to be as balanced as possible. I've taken into consideration all the stuff that I've given you today is all in that plan that I put in there. So you'll understand the intricacy of what I've formulated in that plan to work for you. It's to keep you symptom free, or as little symptom as possible. Is to help you detoxify with the least amount of inconvenience and disability and fatigue. And then the weight loss program is to help you lose it. And what I suggest people do is they gain a lot of weight. For men, 20 to 30 pounds. For women, I like 12 to 20 pounds. That's safe. I'd like you to do more. Like this, I would say this is the high end. Perfect, come here. This is the high end.
He did this to me once before.
I know.
I have to tell you a quick
This is the
story.
high end, yeah.
I went home and I told my mom, I said I was the example of being perfectly fat. An hour
Yes.
later, one of my sisters called me and said, Mom called me and told me you got an award of some kind.
Yeah, you did. That may be unrealistic for some people's psychological framework, but that's when I've seen people get healthy quicker, it's because they've gone up to this weight. I had one girl that was 118 pounds when she came to me. She had numerous breast cancer. She's 28 years old. Numerous, about 30 tumors in her right breast, a large one in her right kidney attached to her adrenal gland and her right hip. 28 years old. She'd been chronically fatigued for 8 years. Gorgeous girl. Model, but no energy. Worked 6 hours a week. 6 hours a week. That's all she could work. Chronically fatigued since the age of 20. Started getting very sick by the time she was 14. Also, she was the only one in the family that had brown eyes. Now she'd been on the diet for 6 years. 6 years, her eyes were almost blue. Cleaning out the toxicity. Doesn't mean everybody who has brown eyes should have blue eyes, but she should have had blue eyes. And the brown in her eyes reflected the toxins that stored in her since she was a fetus. It was 1969. Her mother was in college doing drugs, smoking, drinking, partying. She got pregnant and didn't know it. Carried that on for 4 months. All of that, drugs and the chemicals, damaged the fetus, the placenta. So the placenta couldn't filter out all the garbage. So they went into her system. So she started getting sick at the age of 14 pretty badly from it. 118 pounds, skinny little gorgeous girl. Everybody considered her model type. But she didn't have a life. Always angry, always upset, nasty. Went on the diet. She saw what it did for her after about 6 months. She says, what can I do to make it faster? And I said, get fat. She said, how fat? I said, well, you've gone from 118 to 130. I'd like you to go to 170. She said, 170? Okay, I'll do it. So she did it. She did that. She did it. She stayed in that place for about 9 months, 3 times over a 5-year period. And let me tell you, her eyes were the quickest ones I've ever seen, going from dark brown, almost black, to a blue-orange. And now she lives in Hawaii, lives on a farming community that's on my diet. And let me tell you, she works 14, 16 hours a day and still has more energy than she can deal with. Totally different person. But only the women and men who will allow themselves to go that kind of a massive weight gain have that great, quick progress. So it isn't that you won't have the progress, but it'll just be slower. And if that's okay for you, that's okay. You know? But if you want fast results, embrace the fast.
What if you're at the peak of that?
Then you go on the diet, and what I suggest is people go on the diet and hold that weight for about 6, 7 months, and then go on the weight loss program that's suggested in the book. And then you lose it, and then you get to gain it back again. The gaining it back can be fun. You know, all ice cream, all that good stuff, all that rich foods, all those. I've got 87 sauces in the recipe book, you know, and all of the good chefs always say it's in the sauce. You're always eating the same meats, always eating the same food. It's always in the sauce. So I've got 87 sauce recipes in there that can be made 3 to 5 different ways each. So you have about 400 sauce recipes. And they can be magnificent, delicious. Get into it and enjoy it. So, getting fat, gaining and losing the weight is important. Losing it is just as important as gaining it. I had one woman who was born in Auschwitz. She didn't leave Auschwitz until she was 4.5 years old. So she saw these skinny people around her. At 59 years old, she came to me because she couldn't gain any weight, and she was skin and bones just like she saw in Auschwitz. She was terrified. She was dying. She had 9 chronic diseases. Put her on the diet, and within about 6 months on the diet, she gained 48 pounds. She went from 92 pounds to about 138 pounds. And, she was on the full side, about like this one. Right here.
I'm about 136 right now.
About the same size and everything. So that's what she got. And then I talked her going up 10 pounds more. And then I wanted her to take it off, and she refused to take it off. 2.5 years, I said, you've got to take it off. Remember, all those fats are collecting all those poisons, and you've got to get rid of it, because it'll come to the point where it'll start eating away your tissues. And she refused. And I had one tennis player that did the same thing. When you're out there playing tennis every day, you get bone thin, and you get chronically ill. Once you gain the weight, you don't want to lose it if you've been that end of it, that skinny, decrepited end of it. Those two refused to do it. The guy would do a detoxification he went 5.5 years, and she went 3.5 years with no weight loss program. And both of them developed lupus. Lupus is a degeneration of your connective tissues. Remember, you've got to lose the weight too. Yes?
Quick question. Is lupus similar to MS?
Pardon?
Is lupus similar to MS? Because MS deals with the tissues with that.
It's a little different. MS is a hardening of the nerves. They dry out and they harden, and then there's no more neurological relationship, communication with the rest of the body, so then everything atrophies. But this is the dissolution. Poisons in the lymph system. The lymph dumps its waste products into the system, and it dissolves it. The lymph system is, I consider, the immune system. It's not this ghost thing that the medical profession talks about. Oh, the immune system is this ghost, and it's damaged by this and this and this chemical and this reaction, this boosted. If you ask him, or immediately following.
Toxin also means scar tissue?
Scar tissue a lot of scar tissue for everyone are basically dead cells that the body has mummified. And is using them as bricks in the system, or the lymph system can't dissolve them, or bacteria and parasites will not eat them because they're too poisoned. Most of your scar tissue has poisons involved in those cells. So scar tissue is very toxic substance, just like the rest of the system. Anything that has killed that cell and caused the body to encase it, mummify it, and to isolate it like that, because it can't discharge it and keeps it in the body, that's a toxic cell. Bacteria, parasites can't eat it, or else it'll kill them. So your body has to use solvents. That's where the lymph system comes in. It uses solvents. The lymph system does not use bacteria or parasites to help it. Other systems can, but not the lymph system. It has to use the solvents only. Yes?
What about cleansing the liver with the oranges, ginger, garlic, and olive oil?
What about it?
Yeah, is there any problems with that, or is that...
that mixture?
Yeah,
there's a lot of problems with that mixture. High carbohydrate, high acidity, a high amount of fat dissolution. It will rob the fats out of the bloodstream. If somebody's very fat and overweight, for a while, that could be helpful to some extent, but you could have some brain and neurological damage from it. Because it robs the blood fat within 20 minutes. Then what happens if you have no blood fat? Any poison that gets into the bloodstream can get to the brain or anywhere in the body and cause damage. It's not safe. Yes?
What would you suggest for liver cleanse? For liver cleanse?
I don't like to go into that kind of a specific thing unless somebody has hepatitis or something like that. And just remember, hepatitis are always virus or bacteria that are trying to save the liver. You don't want to get rid of hepatitis. Hepatitis is usually your last-ditch effort to save the liver. So you stop the hepatitis, you're going to end up with chronic fatigue most of the time, or fibromyalgia. Not a good thing. You notice that all the people who are treated for hepatitis are much weaker people with usually dark circles around their eyes. They will never be the same because the liver is in extreme danger, a dangerous situation, and the hepatitis is the last ditch effort, whether it's your body using the solvent, or viral, or your body's using bacteria to eat up the degenerative liver tissue. It's a healthful thing to do. Whenever you get a pain, like I said, it's the increase in circulation of nutrients to an area. You know that there's toxins in that area the body has to cleanse, repair. You apply heat at night, take hot water bottles, not heating pads, because they have electromagnetic fields which alter the structure, molecular structure of cells. If it weren't disadvantageous, the city of Los Angeles 10 years ago issued a paper that they would not have issued. And they said, it has been discovered by scientists that electromagnetic fields of varying degrees over 3 gals create molecular structural changes. We do not know if these are detrimental, but we want to caution people. You know that's detrimental, they're issuing it. Because they'd just be fighting, there's no proof that it's not detrimental. It's like the medical, just like the smoking, the tobacco companies did. But this is proof, so that's why they came out with this. And they said that if you're going to use a electric blanket, you put it on before you get into bed, heat your bed up, and then turn it off. And make sure it's off when you get into that bed. They don't issue any kind of a warning like that unless they're protecting their butts. Yes?
What do you think of something like the Reich technique, which is electromagnetic pulsing?
I'm not, but that's not a direct charge. It is not high gauss. Yeah. Did you put a gauss up against it? Metered? Anything that's electromagnetic and you're sitting into it for more than 10 minutes, you're going to have a problem.
When you're talking about right, you're talking about microcurrents.
Right.
Very small amounts.
Yeah, and that, I don't think it's over a half a gauss. And they say that 3 is dangerous. I won't do anything over a half a gauss. If I'm using my laptop computer, I have a separate keyboard because I've got 35 to 80 gals coming off of that microprocessor in that laptop. I like the laptop because it's less gals than a tower. Computer tower can be emitting 125 to 200 gals. It's got to be over 3 feet away from you, not to affect you. Most people have it up here. It's going to affect their shoulders and their ribs, their breasts. Down here it's going to affect their knees and their hip joints, and that's where you produce most of your red and white blood cells, is in the femur joints and the knees and the hip bones.
And what is the outcome of the
causes a weakening in structure. That's mostly your ergonomics that they talk about, the tunnel syndrome. It has nothing to do with angles. People have been typing for ages. When they got electrical, with computers, they have electromagnetic fields that affect the bones. The way I discovered that was, I had an old style computer, but I was aware of it. I kept the tower away from me and kept the screen away and had a screen protector. However, after using it for 3 years, it burned this eye because I could see the change in it. The structure and vision was slightly reduced. And then I got a laptop to get rid of that because I didn't want the radiation from the guns. Each monitor and television has 3 laser guns, and they emit radiation for 27 feet, even if you have a screen in front of it. So the LCD screens, their radiation emission is about 1 inch. The fallout goes there. So I got a laptop. Everything is very condensed. The field of EMF field breaks down 6 inches away from the end of the laptop, so I use the keyboard away from it. And the way I found that out was after having my eye damage after 3 years, I went to a laptop. Well, I was using the laptop. I moved into a new home, a new house, and I started getting, the carpal tunnel syndrome. And I had used typewriters for years, never had a problem. And I had used the other computer with the tower away with no problems for years, 8 years. I wrote the first book with that. Then when I got the laptop, I started having trouble, but I didn't relate it. I thought maybe I've got a field in the new house. So I had an environmental expert come in with all of his gauges and went around everything. He just found one hot spot in the house. It was in the bedroom. I had that rewired. But in the laptop, he said, look at this. And it was cranking out a field of about 75 to 85 gauss. 3 is okay, supposedly. And this is cranking out that much. He said, just get a separate keyboard and see what happens. And keep this 6 inches away from your keyboard. I did it. Within 3 days, all the pain was gone. I've never had it since. So they do affect you. Hot water bottles, let's get back to it. Hot water bottles are the way to do it. So you stick one under your arm. If you've got pain anywhere in your torso, you stick them under your arms. You don't put the hot water bottles on top so they're putting pressure. That defeats the whole purpose. If you're trying to have the heat to cause expansion, so you can have more circulation into an area, to allow the tendons and everything to stretch and swell, to reduce pain, just like in the skull, remember? The brain expands and the headache comes because the skull doesn't expand with it. So any area where there's pain, you want to cause the relaxation so everything will expand to allow the higher circulation, the increased circulation, to not cause pain. Heat does that wonderfully. Put them everywhere. I've gone through, when my blood and bone cancer, I used to use 5 at a time. I'd have 2 between my legs, one under each arm, and one up here above my head. But none of them resting any on top of anywhere, just around. And then if you cover upon that, the amount of heat that is stimulated is impressive. If it's to the bones, it's going to take probably the bath to discharge out into the water, because it would reduce the pain, but not to the point where I could sleep more than 45 minutes in a particular situation, in a particular position, unless I was in the bath. But the hot water bottles relieves it from almost everything. It increases health and increases circulation, that increases health and decreases pain. But if you're in severe, uncontrollable pain, get in the bath. Yes?
Okay, if the person has cancer and it's diminishing or retarding or whatever in terms of the tumor or what have you, what's good for the liver cleanse or kidney cleanse or the body cleanse for that type of person?
Very bad. What he asked was, if somebody's in a serious situation with cancer, how about one of the liver cleanses or one of the other cleanses that will help repair the body? Only people that I that I've lost during cancer, well, let me put this, I've lost one that was overweight, and could eat fine because he just kept taking drugs for it. But the only people that I lose normally to cancer is the people who can't eat. A lot of times when they do one of those liver cleanses, they cause anorexia. And once they cause anorexia and the body gets too thin, usually they cannot recover because the cancer starts multiplying rapidly. And it isn't that the cancer is multiplying, it's that the body is taking off, it's losing more mass. That means that the body has to clean itself out more. If it had more mass, it would have a lot of areas to hold these dead cells in the body and would not have to form into tumors. But when you lose all this weight, where's the body going to take these dead cells if it can't dissolve and get rid of them? It's got to build them into tumors. So it spreads rapidly. So being fat is very important. These liver cleanses break the fat down and cause the body to shrink. Then you're just asking for cancer to grow and spread. Now, it doesn't happen in everybody, but in most cases, I'd say in 85% of the cases, it's dangerous. Yes?
What about the coffee enemas?
Coffee enemas horrible.
What?
Coffee enemas are horrible.
3 o'clock.
Okay, 3 o'clock. Let's take a 10-minute break. Go to the restroom if you need, and eat something if you need. Yes?
When you soak in the tub, can you put Epsom salt in there? What do you put in the tub?
I told you. The milk, the sea salt, and the vinegar.
So best Celtic salt.
It's on the tape. I don't know if I put it. How you doing? Cliff Hyman.
Yeah, I know.
Fox.
Of yours and a short time left it does. When you get a chance and people, I'd like to gifts for.
Well, they sold out. Questions when we broke? Do they still have those questions? Yes.
I wanted to know if there's a relationship between having found radiation in the body and a child's speech delay. Found it in a child. You know, the testing and they found like EMF symptoms. And I don't know if there's a relationship between that.
If the child has EMF field,
electromagnetic fields like radiation or
if they found radiation, that means that did he get exposed to?
We don't know how. We're going to have the house tested, but
Well, it probably wouldn't be. It would have to be something that you had in your
I
lifetime.
nursed him for 2.5 years.
I know. But did you have barium enema? Did you ever have X-rays where you took a fluid for contrast? Were you ever around radioactive material that you know of?
Well, no, other than just, I had X-rays done on my bathroom for that.
Yes, but usually you take, especially for the spine, you take a contrast fluid. They inject it in you. Maybe you just don't remember. You may have done it, you didn't know. But
There's a relationship between that and the speech delay in the child.
if it got into his nervous system,
And you get rid of that by...
eating what she just ate. Avocados and oranges together. Hold on, yes.
I'm curious about emotional release. You made one reference to it, and in the past I've done body electronics, which is a lot of emotional release with cleansing. What have you come up with or dealt with regards to emotional release?
Well, there's a whole... she's asking about, in relationship with this diet, is there anywhere, any area for emotional release. There are those that believe in primal therapy, which I guess could be related to primal diet, only I don't advocate it. Primal therapy is, they call it the primal scream, where you just get it all out and you kick pillows and you just let all that rage and that kind of energy out. But and Elnora Van Winkle, who was a scientist that cataloged all of the chemicals within the nervous system for at the University of New York City Medical Center, Elnora Van Winkle, she wrote a paper called The Biology of Emotions. There's a very, very technical paper on the internet and a layman's paper on the subject. She believes in primal therapy. I don't, because as she says in her paper, that when she found people going through a lot of emotional turmoil for no direct cause, with no direct cause in their life for stress and anxiety, she found certain chemical properties that were the byproduct of earlier times of trauma or anxiety or angst floating in the blood. So it showed that these byproducts of neurological trauma, the body produces these psychotropic compounds, store in the body like any other toxin. And when they get removed, the body goes back into the same kind of behavior as when it was produced. Now, to me, logically, my mind says, okay, if you want to get rid of it and not have it again, you don't do the same thing over and go through the same rage again, because that's going to create more of it and store in your body again. So what I found for myself was that when I went to the whole primal rage thing in the 70s and a little bit in the late 60s and all through the 70s, when I tried that as a therapy, it just kept the momentum of it. So I feel if you've got high anxiety, go take a walk among flowers, anything that'll make you feel good. Take that and transform it. Sing, listen to music, dance. Get rid of it. Burn it off in some activity that you enjoy. Turn it into something favorable. So when you get angst, you're automatically programmed to channel it into happiness. If you release angst with angst, you're going to be living in angst. Period. That's why I don't like primal therapy. It works temporarily, but it just keeps the whole cycle going. And to me, that's a vicious cycle. Answer your question?
Yeah, and my reference was really, oftentimes people who have a toxic release or cleansing end up having these strong feelings come up, not the other way around. So you're just saying, stay focused on where you're going, even if that comes up.
But like you said, if they're going through a detoxification, they're detoxifying these hormones.
Exactly, and so it's like...
So the angst is there. You just need to transform it into something happy to get out of that vicious cycle. Because it goes away and it's fine. It's like, you know, you get into a situation where before you would have panicked and gone into great rage and disappointment. You know, you find yourself looking at it with, you know, a different whole piece of mind. And it's like you can say, oh, this is how I solved that problem. And you don't have to go in to keep it going and the angst going. There's a resolution to any situation, and that becomes clear when you're not emotionally pumped in all that hormone and all those byproducts of rage and anxiety and angst and fear. It makes everything easier and clearer. Okay, the thing we talked about mainly was the lymph system and how important it was to the body. And detoxification of those fluids, vomiting, diarrhea, throw a party. Because you're taking out the garbage. Don't go into angst because you're spitting up mucus. Or, you know, you're having diarrhea. I've got one, you know, before 41 days was the most I ever saw anybody go into diarrhea. I now have the record. This guy, he's been into diarrhea for 7 months. And because he doesn't become afraid, and he looks at it as a major detoxification, he was very ill. He does the diet just as if there were no other problems, the weight gain cycle. And he just keeps doing it. So he always keeps ahead. He doesn't lose any weight. He doesn't lose any isn't in angst. He functions. His job is great. He just visits the toilet often. That's all. And it's great. And he gets to discharge all this stuff. And here, what it usually takes people 4 to 5 years to get, where he's gotten in 7 months, because he's had this constant discharge in diarrhea of these highly toxic poisons from his liver, gallbladder, spleen, and pancreas. It's the quickest way. Like I said in the book, vomiting is the quickest way, where you don't lose many nutrients at all. Diarrhea is the second way. You lose a lot of nutrients, but you keep up with the eating, it won't be a problem. But both of those are your best ways of detoxification. Be thrilled, throw a party every time you vomit, and every time you have diarrhea. It's a quick way out for poisons. And those are usually the most toxic poisons that cause you to vomit or have diarrhea. So celebrate. Don't go into fear. And don't go into a pattern of, got to stop this. This is a bad thing. It's a great thing. They are great things. Yes?
Do people get gallstones if they eat too much meat and fat?
Only if it's cooked. You don't have a high amount of urea and acids forming with raw meat, unless the body is using the protein to break certain cells down. Then you may have. But then the vegetable juice keeps you on top of that. And we're going to get into eating patterns, how to eat to facilitate everything. Yes?
The guy with diarrhea, long-term diarrhea, is he eating high meat, or, could it be a problem with...
He's not eating high meat.
What about, because doesn't bacteria in the gut, if there's enough there, prevent diarrhea, so could he be short on the amount?
Well, he's had his test done. He's had some tests done with it, because I wanted to find out what poisons he was discharging. And his E. coli high content was still high. So he doesn't seem to be having a problem there. But he had a lot of cadmium and mercury, and he was a fellow that grew up in a very toxic environment. He was a lathe operator, I believe. And, they got the metal and the oil evaporating and breathing in. Those are the most toxic people I see. Usually don't do well. It's too hard for them to get well. Very difficult. That much metal in the system. Oil and metal. Highly burned petroleum oil. Okay, eating pattern. As I said, if you start off the morning with carbohydrates, you're going to have a lot of waste products floating in your brain, nervous system, bloodstream, and through the glands. This is sticky waste product. Fog's thinking. Also makes you crave more carbohydrates through the day. When you wake up in the morning, you're acidic. Your body will have gone at least 5 hours without eating. Once you go 5 hours without eating, that's if you're of a normal weight. Once you go 5 hours without eating, your body starts eating its own cells. And your cells are not healthy. It's not going to eat the healthy ones. It's going to eat those toxic ones. So you're going to be even more toxic if you slept over 5 hours. I suggest people set an alarm for 5 hours after they've gone to sleep, have a few eggs by your bed, or a milkshake or a cream shake, down it and go back to sleep. You'll be a lot happier and a lot healthier. I know some people know John Fox, right? Okay, John Fox, for years he was on the diet. He woke up in the morning and was just fatigued, because he'd wake up, after, 5-6 hours, have some water and go back to sleep. I said, no, John. And this is one of these, these seminars that I do at his place in Nevada City. And I said, no, when you wake up, you've got to eat something. 5 o'clock in the morning. So now when he wakes up, He has something, he gets up in the morning, he doesn't have all this acidic toxicity in his system where he's just so fatigued and worn out. He wakes up with energy galore. This was a man, when I met him, before he went on the diet, that's what he looked like. Now he's got all this weight on, and he's strong and vibrant and healthy in just 3 years. 3 years to that, it's been about 5 years from now. But after 3 years, he was pretty well. Changed his whole life and his wife's. So it's better if you do that. If you really want the best feelings in your life, if you want to have the most quality of health in your life, do it with the way the body's cycles work. Over 5 hours, you're in trouble. Your body's going to eat itself, and it's going to be very toxic. It's better that the lymph system take those dead cells and that toxicity and those weak cells and decompose them or dissolve them and eliminate them, rather than you start feeding on that garbage, because your body will start feeding on that garbage after 5 hours. If you're really skinny, it could happen within 3.5 hours. So you need to eat frequently, never more than 5 hours. So set an alarm, wake up in 5 hours, down an egg or a cream shake or something like that, or a couple of them, go back to sleep and enjoy your sleep. So when you wake, you won't feel all toxic. But still, you're going to have acid compounds in your blood. Have some vegetable juice. Green vegetable juice, not high carbs. So let's say 80% celery, 80 to 90% celery, 10 to 20% parsley. Basic, clean juice. Have 8 to 12 ounces of it. Pardon?
You don't recommend other vegetables?
Those two to be safe. You don't want to cause detoxification. You can cause detoxification if you use other vegetables. And you can cause, if you use carrots or, high carbohydrate foods like root vegetables, you're going to cause too much sugar in the system, and you're going to have that carbohydrate sugar byproduct clogging up thinking in the brain and nervous system. Not only that, if you start off with fruit or even milk with high lactate in it, you're going to have all that gunk in the system, and guess what happens? Your body gets nauseous, does not want to eat meat. When the body gets over-alkalinized from that kind of thing and the high sugar byproducts, it causes a repulsion to meat. So then you'll be locked in that cycle. Catch 22. Carbs, carbs, carbs to the day. Not clear thinking, more emotional, more distracted. All those problems. So you start off with a clean vegetable juice. There's almost no carbohydrate in celery, and very low in the parsley. You're getting all the vitamins, minerals, and enzyme supplementation from that juice. So what you're doing is filling the body with lots of excess enzymes, vitamins, and minerals.
How about tomato juice?
Tomato juice is okay, but it's acid. You don't want an acid to start the day off. Okay? So you start off with the alkaline. Hold on, yes.
What about the lemon, half a lemon with 8 ounces of water? Is that a good drink to start the day?
No, I'm going to get into that. It's a terrible, terrible thing to take. And I'm going to tell you why later. Let me finish. Pardon? He said lemon and water. How about that? Terrible thing to take.
Yeah, bad.
Okay. So you have your green vegetable juice that is relatively carbohydrate free, except for maybe a little honey in it. And the honey is, if the honey is truly unheated below 93 degrees, 90% of that carbohydrate is going to be used as enzymes for digesting, assimilating, and utilizing protein. And only 10% of that will be used as a carb. So it tells in the recipe book how to make the juice. So you don't have to make it every day fresh. You can make it up to 3-4 days. And it tells you how to do that using honey and how to bottle it. into glass canning jars. So all you have to do is reach in the refrigerator when you want to juice. So you have to juice every day or every time. Yes?
I always wondered, when we have the honey book, that won't change it from alkaline or anything?
Honey's very alkalinized. Unless it's heated, of course. Heated honey. So you start off with the vegetable juice that provides all the vitamins, enzymes, and minerals that you need to get everything ready for digestion and to have food. Now, we want to keep the mind clear, and we want to get the mind clear. How do we do that? By making the body use pyruvate as its nerve fuel, as its nerve energy. And the only way you can get pyruvate is from meat and eggs, to protein sugar. Glucagon goes in and it transforms it into being used like glycogen to be utilized. But as I said before, it's only 7 to 8% waste product. Carbohydrates, 70 to 90% waste product. So you got all this debris floating around in the system with carbs. So if you eat your first solid meal and meat meal with lots of butter or fat, any other kind of fat, but always butter, some butter in it, you will start a balanced day and a balanced system in all ways.
That's the first meal, meat?
That's the first meal, yes. Meat and butter. Yes, correct. Steak and eggs. 45 minutes, least amount of time, hour max.
Between meals?
No, after the vegetable juice.
Oh, after the vegetable. Oh, you have the vegetable juice first and then the meat and eggs.
Yes.
45 minutes in between?
45 minutes for the first, after the first vegetable juice of the day.
Uh-huh.
If you're normally a diabetic type person, or a person who has hypoglycemia, it's good to eat 3 meat meals. So you break your 1 pound up into 3 meat meals. And basically that's a pound of meat is 3 cups of meat. So you'd have 3 cups of meat, 1 cup, 3 times a day. If you're normally not a person who has hypoglycemia or any kind of a sugar problem, you have a tendency to be more hyperactive or energetic or just mellow in between, 2 meat meals a day is preferable. So you'd have 1.5 cups minimum twice a day of meat. And that's any kind of meat. With the structure of most people, most of it should be red, anywhere from 60 to 85% red meat. If you have a hyperactive condition and the red meat makes you irritable, then you need to eat some white meat with it. Could even be just eggs. And that'll balance the system. Then after that, if you need to calm and soothe your nerves, which is a good idea, you have cream and eggs together with a little honey. I call it a cream shake. You get a little bit of milk in it. Whenever I call something a cream shake, it has equal amount of cream to milk, or more cream than milk.
Are you talking about raw milk and raw eggs?
Absolutely. Raw milk, raw eggs, and raw cream. Absolutely. And unheated honey. So that soothes all, calms, makes the system very relaxed. Then about, and that could be 2.5 hours after your meat meal, or it could be 1.5 hours after your meat meal, depending upon if you have high metabolism. Then about 1 hour later, after you finish the milk cream shake, or just suck eggs and have some butter and cream afterwards, then have another vegetable juice, 8 to 12 ounces, depending upon your system. However, some people, if they take vegetable juice at that time, which is around noon, causes them to get very sleepy. If that happens to you, cut it down to 4 ounces. Still makes you sleepy, cut that juice out. Those people who are going to eat 2 meat meals a day, you have the juice a couple of hours later, or if you get too hungry, less than that. Always at least an hour before or after juice, before you eat anything else except for fat. Cream or butter or coconut cream can be had with juice and very close to juice. But you don't want eggs, you don't want meat, you don't want dairy products other than the fat dairy products with or within an hour either side of vegetable juice.
Is honey okay?
And the why of that?
Honey's
Why
okay.
no milk?
Pardon?
Why? Why there's one milk? Or using?
Because the vegetable juice is alkaline. All the other foods are acid, except for fats are neutral. Unless they're pressed oils, then they're more acidic. What happens is if you mix this alkaline and the acid foods, they neutralize each other and you don't have proper digestion. Or they'll turn into solvents and cause you to detoxify very quickly.
Also, you separate the acid from the alcohol.
Correct. That's why you don't mix vegetable juices with other foods, except for the fats. Yeah. Okay? So, you have your second vegetable juice or none, depending upon your system. It's preferable to have it. If you get sleepy after you have it, you can take a 10-minute, 30-minute, or an hour nap. Have that juice anyway and take advantage of the nap. Always good to have a nap. If I go a day without a nap, 10 minutes to an hour nap, I will sleep 6 hours a night instead of my normal 3.5 to 4. That means I don't get as much time of my life. I sleep more. If you take that day, that part of the day to sleep, your body gets to catch up on rest and healing. If you make it do it all at one time, it takes longer. Also, you have a lot more toxins in the body at one time. So the body gets very sluggish and wants to sleep a longer amount of time. But if I have my nap, even 10 minutes, I only have to sleep my normal 3.5 to 4 hours a night. And I love that, because then I can do so much more. I can live more. Of course, when I was doing my healing and I was so ill, of course, I would sleep anywhere from, 10 to 16 hours a day for the healing process. But now that I'm well, it's excellent. I went through a 21-day period where I did an experiment. I sued the police department in the city of Los Angeles for harassing people on Venice Beach. You get these teenagers, runaway teenagers, who have left home because they're abused, and they were going out there making jewelry and doing hair ups and stuff like that, and the cops were ticketing them and running them off, forcing them into prostitution or drug trading. So I sued them, and I got them into federal court, and I'm my own attorney. It's the only way you're going to get that kind of case into court. So I actually got it through, and I was the first person to ever do it that was a non-attorney. And I had 22 officers in that room, for a 2-week period. I cost them a bloody fortune to do this. But I had to prepare every day, and I only had the time for an hour and a half sleep a day. And I took it in 10-minute doses. Every hour I ate either an egg, a golf ball size of meat, or a half a cup of milk. Never enough to satiate me, but enough to keep the body moving and going. I lived that way for 21 days on an hour and a half sleep a day with no fatigue and no stress. And clear and very alert. I mean, it was right there in front of the jury and everybody, doing my stuff right there. Because I let the judge know ahead of time that I had to have it. And I petitioned to have my food in the courtroom.
You took the volume right
Oh, sucked it right in front of them. But, and you can, anybody who has to keep focus, just remember, stay away from fruit. That will clog the brain up, clog the system up. It'll cause you to go alkaline. So you have some vegetable juice, in the morning and evening, or spread some out somewhere throughout the day, but you eat small amounts so you're never satiated, and always protein-oriented foods.
Did you win?
With a little thing. No, I didn't. What they did was they took a juror out of the courtroom and planted a woman who had been in the police department for 10 years. Yeah. And I had 2 jurors wait outside for me and said, this woman, messed the whole room up. So I took a look at it and I said, wait a minute, who is this woman? Who are you talking about? And she wasn't anywhere. And I appealed it all the way to the Supreme Court of California. They just completely ignored it. Completely ignored it, that subject. But it was pretty quick. But I got to get them into court. It cost me a phenomenal amount of time and probably $25,000. But they left those people alone on Venice Beach. All those young girls and young guys. Pardon? Yeah, I did a good deed. Anyway, there's always ways that you can make things work for you when you have to. And that's a clear way to keep focused and keep moving and keep going if you get into situations like that. In the afternoon, normally though, a good weight gain diet, in the afternoon is when you should have your fruit. And we do need some cleansing help. And that fruit helps build alcohols, because they will ferment in the digestive tract. So the body can make solvents to clean the body. And you have it with fat. Remember, like I said, you have, like a peach, you have a half a cup of cream. That's about the ratio. So almost an equal size and amount, unless it's butter. It can be a little less because there's not much whey in the butter.
So fruit with fat.
Fruit with fat. Always fruit with fat.
So if it's...
You have it with, fat and cheese. Fruit with fat and butter and cheese.
Or yogurt.
Well, yogurt's not a lot of fat.
Okay. So if it's with raw milk?
You can do raw milk, but not as good. You have to have extra fat, concentrated fat. Milk won't do it. Milk is high in lactate, high in sugar. So you're having it with the fruit, it's going to be too much sugar. You have to have lots of cream or butter or coconut cream in that meal. If you have a lot of plaquing, if you have a heart disease, if you have thrombosis, varicose veins, spider veins, anything like that, you have a breakdown of toxicity in and plaquing inside the tissues and maybe in the cellular wall itself. And a good way to get rid of that is to have coconut cream. So let's say you have 2 ounces of coconut cream with 1 ounce of cow's cream and 1 ounce of butter. Good combination to be with your fruit. Now, the way you make the coconut cream, I explain in both books. You take a coconut, aged coconut, a mature coconut with good thick meat in it. Pry it out, you cut it up, and you put it in a juicer like a Green Power, a Green Star 1000.
Champion?
Champion is okay.
Not a blender, though.
No.
How about Vitamix?
No. Vitamix is one of your worst machines there is for food.
Right.
Just like in your regular blenders. You take the bowl, what happens? You blend, and what does it do? It draws air down into your food. And what does air carry? Oxygen. And what does oxygen do to nutrients? Destroys them. So if you're blending in a regular blender container, like a Vitamix, you're destroying a third of your nutrients just by blending. At least a third of your nutrients, depending on how long you're blending. And that's only if you're blending for 30 seconds.
So what do you have to buy?
Well, you get a Osterizer blender, and it comes with a bowl, and there's a base. You unscrew the base, get rid of the bowl, and you get all these canning jars. Yeah. This is an 8-ounce canning jar. They have 4-ounce canning jars. They have 12-ounce canning jars. They have 16-ounce, and they have quart jars. Regular canning jar size. Osterizer screw right onto it. You put the washer on first, Put the blades inside and on top, make sure it's kind of lined up. Screw that on top, turn it upside down on the blender. You've got a closed environment. You have very little air space, very little oxygen in there. So it preserves 99% of your nutrients.
Pasteurizer?
Pasteurizer blenders are the best. Sometimes they come with a very, very thin washer. They can fall down the side easily or leak out all over the place. So go to a small appliance store and get a washer that's a little bit larger in diameter, just a tiny bit, and thicker. That's at least 3/32 of an inch thick. And then you put that on the jar first, the blades inside and on top, line it up, screw that on top, turn it upside down, turn on your blender.
That doesn't lose nutrients.
Pardon? That does not lose nutrients by doing that.
You have to make it or should you buy it?
Yeah. Pardon?
Should you buy something?
No. Well, we can in Los Angeles, but we have it bootleg because it's illegal. Can you imagine that? In California, in almost all states now, they've adopted it. The federal rule is you cannot go into a store, even a health food store, and buy fresh juice. It has to be flash pasteurized or pasteurized or irradiated. The only place you can get raw fresh juice is at a juice box.
Oh, what about raw milk? Same thing. Almost illegal all over.
No, almost everywhere. Yeah. Same thing. Yeah.
What type of glass jar was that fit in the pasteurizer?
Just regular canning jars.
Canning jars.
Ball is the best. Ball jars are better because if you get the Kerr jars, Kerr, their ball used to make these very colorful. As you see, I like colorful things. With peach tops. But all the ball jars, lids, whether these are metallic looking on the outside like they normally are, all the inside of the ball jars are enameled with a true rubber seal. Kerr jars have this plating, metal plating that comes off into your food, and a gray polyurethane seal which melts into your food. So get the ball jars. Yes?
If you make one of the milk drinks with the honey and the egg and so forth, like the root formula, not quite. If you're making something like that, the way you said, and you store it in a sealed container in the refrigerator overnight, how much are you losing?
You're going to lose a lot from the egg because you're refrigerating. You don't have to store it in a refrigerator. Store it in a dark cupboard. Fine. I've kept cream shakes for 2 days before I started tasting fermentation, and still it's okay. Just remember, raw food never goes bad. It only starts breaking down. It pre-digests for you. Bacteria starts breaking it down. So pre-digests for you. Eggs can be 25 years old rotten and be good for you. The Chinese call them century eggs. And they are all black or white depending upon what they bury them in which kind of clay. And they charge $1,000 per egg. And you know who pays for them? These old octogenarian rich Chinese men who can't get it up anymore. They have one of those and they can go several times a day for a month. That's a Viagra for you. Just from one egg. 30 days.
Okay, I'm going to start storing eggs. This is my future retirement. Have I got that right?
You have to live past 100, though. You get to be 25 years old.
Okay.
So, you know, whenever I get a rotten egg, I cheer. In fact, I cause them to get rotten sometimes. And a rotten egg, it smells terribly. Smells terribly. But it just tastes like a hard-boiled egg, and you put too much salt. You pour the old salt shaker on top of it. It tastes like you've salted it so there's no tomorrow. I mean, this tastes so salty. That's just the minerals becoming very, very active in it. So it just tastes like a hard-boiled egg over salted. It just smells terrible. And it's very invigorating. I mean, I remember one woman who was having, she was overweight. She'd been a vegetarian for 35 years, done all these things that she thought was right, macrobiotic diet, all this sugar, and she was your weight, but not a good weight. It was all white, and it was all, just lumpy and sanguine, and looked horrible. And he'd say that about somebody, but it looked horrible. And she'd been on the diet for a couple of years, started getting better, but that sanguine look couldn't get rid of it. So then she said, she called me one day, and she said, "I got all these rotten eggs, and do you want them?" And I said, "Absolutely." She says, "Well, so I got 1.5 dozen of them." I said, "Bring them over." So a couple of days later, she brought them over, so I ate a few in front of her. And then, after she saw me eat one, she tried one. She says, "The odor is terrible, but these are easy to eat." And it changed the whole makeup of her skin. All of a sudden, she started getting circulation in her skin, so she started getting color for the first time. Just from eating rotten eggs, high eggs. It's the bacteria that she needed to make a big change in her system fast. And her whole body's changing because she's eating more of them.
So we need bacteria.
That's right. We're in a sterile environment. Everything you do, air conditioners are full of formaldehyde and other things to keep molds from growing in your homes and buildings and theaters. And that formaldehyde goes in and it's an antibacterial. And every time you use a soap, kitchen soap, detergent, ammonia, you're breathing all of those antibacterials in there, and you're destroying your bacterial environment in your body, your natural bacterial environment. So we're all deficient. We're in a sterile environment. Dr. Joel Weinstock of the University of Iowa, I think it's Iowa, got the theory a couple of years ago, or 10 years ago, 6, 7 years ago, something like that, that we were getting too sterile and that bacteria and parasites, he had been to one of my seminars, was not the good thing to do. We were getting too sterile, too clean. So he took the whipworm from a pig and gave it to, he was a gastroenterologist, and he dealt with a lot of people with chronic bowel syndrome. And the medical profession says you can do something outside of the normal medical procedures if a patient doesn't react within 10 years to normal medical treatment. 2 years, give me a frickin' break. But some of these people had been on medical treatment and not reacted to the medical treatment in 30 years. And he took 6 people who were very, very ill and gave them a solution of these eggs from a whipworm from a pig, put it in Gatorade and had them quaff it. Well, the Gatorade is an alkaline solution which will allow it to carry it down past the hydrochloric acid. It will neutralize the hydrochloric acid and take it down to the digestive tract. 5 of these 6 people went into complete remission and had suffered their entire lives. And they were back 5, 6 months later asking for more because it started wearing off. The parasites were eating the toxicity in their body, and the colony was starting to break down and die, so they needed more. If they'd been on a good diet, they might have been able to help keep them going a little bit longer. But that proves, again, that we're too clean, we're too sterile. We need these parasites, we need these bacteria in our body. So we eat lots of rotten food. Lots of bacteria. Now, the University of Toronto, in association with the Children's Hospital, the Hospital for Sick Children, or Hospital for Children in Toronto, had been doing experiments with bacteria using E. coli, the verotoxin, the bad thing produced by E. coli, for over 30 years now. They took and they injected the verotoxin produced by the E. coli into human brain cancer. It dissolved the tumors and the vessels going to the tumors in 2 to 7 days after the case. Why isn't this on the market? It's 30 years now.
How come?
Because you're curing people.
That's right. That's right, because they make $80,000 to $120,000 for chemotherapy and all this other radiation treatment. Bion Products came out with attenuated salmonella because Yale had been using salmonella for doing tests with salmonella for about 12 years and found that salmonella goes in, chokes off the oxygen to a tumor, then eats up the tumor. So what they did, Bion Products, they attenuated the salmonella, so the salmonella goes off and chokes off the oxygen to the tumor, but does not consume it. So the second part of the therapy is to take an injection of a solvent which dissolves the tumor. So the injection of the attenuated salmonella costs you $8,000 each injection. The injection of the solvent to dissolve the tumor is $12,000, $20,000. Hell, go out and eat shit. Eat high eggs, high meat, full of bacteria. My next book is going to be called Eat Shit and Live. You think I'm kidding?
No.
I'm not. The next book is going to be on detoxification, and I'm going to produce the exact same book with 2 covers. One is going to be called Eat Shit and Live, and the other is going to be a normal average for the average person. But you know how many people are going to buy that book? This is Eat Shit and Live?
Yeah, there
There'll be a lot of people that will wake up to a lot of things. But there are tribes on the planet which eat fecal matter. You have to understand, when an herbivore eats the matter, they have a digestive tract 2.5 times longer than we do. They have 60,000 times more enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule to get the fats and the proteins out of the vegetation. We don't have that. Plus they have 2 to 4 stomachs. We have 1. Vegetation goes through our system, whole vegetation, in 24 hours. It goes through them in 48 hours. Twice the time. They have to work on it. And you still see their patties. You've got all kinds of fibers all over in it. All kinds of matter they still didn't digest. Well, there's certain tribes that don't have access to a lot of meat, so they eat fecal matter from these vegan animals, these herbivores, and they get all this protein because it's already pre-digested and they put it through their system. They have no disease, they have no dental caries, they don't have any problem. There's another tribe which hunts for meat, cuts it out, thin strips, lets it sit, lets all the flies lay their maggots on it, and when the maggots are 5 days old, right before they're ready to hatch into flies, they eat them. They only eat maggots. They don't eat the raw meat, they eat maggots. No disease, no problem. Tribes eat crickets and worms and stuff like this. There's a man in Thailand that just got great recognition. He eats earthworms to keep his virility and everything up. All of these things, as long as they're raw, will work for us. They are food for us. Don't be afraid of them. Crickets just taste like the grass that they eat. Earthworms taste like dirt. Not such a great appetite, but still, they're good and healthy. All of these things that are supposed to be taboo and unclean are the very things we need. Yes?
Are there some insects that may be bad? Like that one tribe ate the maggots, but what about flies? I'm just curious.
Well, it's hard to catch flies. Maggots are very easy to catch. It's not a problem. And you'd have to catch a lot of flies.
In the hospital, when there's maggots, they just let it go. Why do people get so sick from salmonella?
They don't. They don't. That's a myth. People who, everybody gets diarrhea and everybody gets colds and flus and symptoms. Just remember, they are the vultures and the crows internally. They only find degenerative tissue to eat. When you see a vulture and crow eating an animal, you don't blame that creature, I mean the vultures and the crows, for killing that creature. They are there for a purpose. What is causing the toxicity in the body that causes the vomit and the diarrhea or the flu or whatever? It's not the bacteria or the virus or the parasite. It's the toxins that are in the body causing the damage to the cells. The medical profession loves to point to bacteria as the cause. It's not the cause. They are the cleanup crew. When people die from that kind of poisoning, they don't die from the detoxification process. They die from the treatment, anaphylaxis shock, from the vaccines or the antibiotics. Because if you look at those cases, they have the exact reactions of anaphylaxis. They don't have a dehydration and complete debilitation to where they die of starvation, which is usually what would happen if an animal was so toxic and they broke out into too high of a state of bacterial cleansing. So it is medically induced. Like the little girl was supposed to roll over and cause that kind of problem? No, she probably got some kind of chemical or is exposed to something, went through a detox to eliminate it, and they used Cipro on her. And Cipro has a history of creating kidney damage. They blamed the E. coli on creating HUS, which is a kidney disease. But it was the Cipro which killed the little girl. But do you think the medical profession is going to cop to that? Absolutely not. I was on with the doctor's husband, online with him about that, and I brought all the facts to him up, and he never heard from him again. Never heard from him. He argued with me for a week until I brought up the documentation on the kidney disease caused by Cipro. Yes.
Well, what about they always telling us that hydrogen peroxide is so good for us to drink?
Those are the people that believe that bacteria is bad for you, that's all.
In other words, we're not helping ourselves.
No, you're just making the body more sterile. You had a question?
Well, it was just interesting, you were talking about like the E. coli. There was a recent outbreak this past summer in St. Louis where I think over 12 people had eaten at this place, a Mexican restaurant in one of the malls. And I think one person died, but I know both of them were severely sick. One had seizures, brain damage. But it's interesting that you're pointing out that as I was reading the article, I wonder, I'm like, well, we see how many people eat at this place. Why didn't
everybody? Exactly.
It was only this handful. So it's like these people were at a different place, I guess, and that sort of. But I mean, anyway, it was interesting.
Yeah, but you'll find people all around you are having diarrhea and vomiting and having flus all around you. It's just that when some doctor all of a sudden decides that there's an epidemic, that they'll find those people who are being treated and call it some kind of problem. And then they'll find a relationship maybe with a few of them, or they've all been to the same restaurant. Now that doesn't mean that you can't have food poisoning, because you can get food poisoning if you've got botulism. Botulism isn't a natural bacteria that exists in the human body. It occurs when you cooked a food and you canned it in metal. It creates a bacteria that doesn't normally grow in the human system, and that can create quite a bit of illness, vomiting and diarrhea. That's still a detoxification to get rid of it. So it's a good thing, but you need to eat lots of tomatoes and lots of eggs to help yourself through that. Also, when bacteria grows on cooked food, just like we become toxic, they mutate, they become toxic too. So their byproducts are a lot more toxic. So if that food has been cooked and sat for a while, and the bacteria starts feeding on it to degenerate it, the byproducts are going to be highly toxic in the system. And for some people, it's going to create a reaction. Yes?
Could
was kind of after you, I don't know if you remember in the 80s when they had the salmonella outbreak of the milk around here, in this area. And I worked with a woman who, her family had had that milk. And her and her husband got horribly sick. But her kids didn't. And they said it was because their kids had eaten yogurt.
They'll have any excuse in the world to sign it off. But like I say, it's an associative. They associate it with the milk, but there's no scientific proof to link it. And that's the problem with our system.
The bacteria in the yogurt, if they have the right kind of yogurt, whatever, if they have the right culture,
That they throw all that information out to confuse them. Because they're confused. They really believe that bacteria and virus, that's the whole germ theory. The germ theory is that pathogens create disease. The whole word pathogen means to create disease. Organisms that create disease. But these organisms don't create disease. They go in after disease exists to clean it up. But the medical profession is sold on the germ theory. Take, for example, the whole medical issue. Raw milk was outlawed in Los Angeles County unless it was certified, unless it was a certified milk. That milk had to go through such rigorous processes that nobody could produce it. It was financially unworthy. Couldn't happen. So the existing raw dairy couldn't sell their milk in Los Angeles County, raw milk. So we had no milk in Los Angeles County.
When did that law pass?
The last one?
Yeah, because I remember in 1984 I could buy Altadena at Mrs. Gooch's.
Yes. But they made the rules for the passing of certified milk more stringent to the point where by the 1992 they practically wiped it out.
Haven't they turned that over though?
Yes, I did. I went in and got the reports, all the reports that I could on the advantages of raw milk from Yale to John Hopkins. Anywhere I could go, I found all this data that showed that good, helpful report of raw milk. And I put some of it in the recipe book, in the back of the recipe book. All this data, and the only data that I could find that was scientifically linked to food poisoning in dairy was from pasteurized dairy. One incident involved 197,000 people from the pasteurized dairy product. Scientifically linked, but they've never been able to link any epidemic with raw milk. It's always associative. Oh, this many, let's say, 3 of these people out of this whole people, all these people who got sick had raw milk, so we're going to blame it on the raw milk. Or like in Wisconsin, the 30 people went out to this farm. 5 of them didn't go out to where the animals were. 20% of them drank raw milk, but they blamed it on E. coli and a poisoning from the farm. Well, did they go to Jack in the Box earlier on their way out there? They didn't ask any questions like that. They just blamed it on the raw milk. They still use that incident to support their campaign against raw milk. Well, I blew them out of the water when I made my report. A 52-page report. There was an attorney that had been fighting that law for 36 years in Los Angeles County. His report was 500 pages. It was so confusing, so belabored with information that you couldn't get the point across. It wasn't made. I did it in 52 pages, actually 32 pages with exhibits from other people. People telling their experiences, doctors, MDs who were in favor of raw milk. But I did it in 32 pages. I got to use Dr. Douglas's name on it as if he were to write it, but I wrote it entirely. I wrote the legal brief that went with it. 2 of my patients who are lawyers, they submitted it to the Board of Supervisors, and I threatened them. I said, here's the facts that show raw milk is nothing but good. Pasteurized is bad. If you discriminate, we've got the facts here. Are you ready to go to court and face a class action suit of over $1 billion? Guess what? The law was changed around very quickly. Got the law changed.
So now it's available in stores?
Everywhere in California. Yep.
When did that get changed?
It was 2001, March 2001. And I helped the state of Indiana and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania now. All these states are trying to close them down. I write them a legal brief and give them that report and say, go ahead and do it. We'll own you.
You're surrounding us. What about Illinois?
Yeah.
Well, that information's there. Nobody's come to me and said that that they're strapping down or making it worse.
We don't have farmers here. That's
Yeah, I think in Illinois you can actually buy it on any farm legally.
That's right.
They can't sell it, but in Illinois it's legal to for
Go to the
anyone
farm
to
and
go
buy
to
it.
the farm and buy it.
Yeah, that's okay. Find a farm though with grazing cows.
Yeah, well,
That's the critical key. I don't
there's
see
a lot of difficulties with it. In Wisconsin, I have to be part of a cow share program, so it's even harder.
You actually own, well, I heard the cow shares have been illegalized, which
No,
you gotta do
No,
now.
they're trying to do that, but they're not able to do it.
Well, I was buying my milk up in Wisconsin. They had a big problem with one farm, because I know you're talking about, I believe, Hayward, where they were having that problem with those people.
Yeah.
And I was buying it closer, it's just outside of, above Wisconsin, I mean, into Wisconsin. But anyway, nonetheless, I heard the cow share was illegal. I just read the article. What you got to do now is you got to buy a part of the farm, and that's what they're.
No, it isn't. It's like say I have to go buy a whole dealership to lease a cow and to lease a car. No, it's completely argument. You can argue that legally. That's why. Did anybody see Wall Street Journal a few months ago?
Absolutely.
Okay. You saw that it didn't say, we're going to wipe this out. It said this is the structure and this is the way it is. And it is legal to do that because it's a legal system to be a share owner in the herd, not the farm. Because you're a lawyer, you go in and say, wait a minute, do I have to buy the whole dealership to lease a car?
Well, I didn't understand, but I'm saying that the farm we were going to, they were trying to close them down too. They closed down the Hayward place because of that. They're making them buy part of the farm.
That's missing.
I just signed a cow share in Wisconsin 2 months ago.
So they were stopped. Basically, they were stopped. But it took a few months to get there. It took some threats to get there. And they took my report and they used it in every place. If you want that report and all of the whole process I went through for that 3-year period to change the law, it's at www.rawmilk.org. And you can cut and paste anything on there and use it yourself in your own city. www.rawmilk.org. O-R-G.
What's your feeling on raw goat's milk compared to the cow's milk?
Good question. Okay, the difference between cow's milk and goat's milk. Goat's milk has a lot of precursors to adrenaline production. If you're a hyperactive person, if you're too thin, do not use goat's milk. If your children are hyperactive, too thin, do not give them goat's milk. You want to give them cow's milk, which is very calming and very relaxing.
So it's an adrenal producer, is that what you said?
It helps the body. In fact, it encourages the body to build adrenaline.
Okay, so if you have problems with adrenals,
Then it could be helpful,
it
yes.
could be helpful.
If you're a person who's overweight, if you're sluggish, and you have adrenal problems, then goat's milk is wonderful.
Well, what do we do about pesticides on our food? The farmers.
Lots of fat. Lots of fat. And eat organic foods as much as possible. Remember, the toxins bind in the fat, or the fats bind with the toxins. Yes.
What are your feelings on the high cholesterol business?
There's a book that I refer to in the second book. It's called The Cholesterol Myth.
That's Douglas.
No, there's another book.
Oh, it's
What's this? Do you know the author?
It's in the second book.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's there. I don't recall the name of it, but it's by a brilliant biochemist. Pardon? No, it's a he, it's a man. And he talks about every facet of how the body uses cholesterol. And like I say, we manufacture 60 varieties of cholesterol, and none of them are bad. All of them have an advantage in the body. It's just what kind of cholesterol, from what products are you building the cholesterol. Now we talk about hardening of the arteries, and this whole vegetable industry, this safflower oil, seed oil companies came around to herald in their product. And they were calling all of these animal product fats the cause of arterial problems and heart congestion and arteriosclerosis and all kinds of problems. However, all of the tribes that eat nothing but fats, even if they're cooked, have no heart disease and have no hardening of the arteries. Only people who have that are vegetarian type oriented tribes, because you cannot break down the fats in vegetables properly, so they harden like a resin. You know what amber is, the stone amber? It's fat from a tree. Hardens into a crystal rock. Animal fat never does that. It'll just mold and become earth and go back into it. If you take dirt and you put flat safflower oil in it, you will have a rock. Once it dries, you will have a rock. If you put animal fat in there, it will mold and turn back into dirt. The responsibility lies with pressed oils. All your seed oils, all your safflower oil, all of those pressed oils is a problem. The flax oil in small amounts is okay, as long as it's raw. Olive oil is good in small amounts, as long as it's cold stone pressed below 96 degrees. But they have to be had in small quantities, or else you'll have a problem.
So what about salads? What do we put in our salads?
You don't have salads.
You don't eat salads?
Don't eat salads.
Juices.
That's right, vegetable juices. You're not an herbivore. You cannot digest the whole cellulose structure. So if you take the juices, you're getting everything that you need without exhausting the system. Plus, your digestive tract has to be out acid. The bacteria that normally reacts with food and the colon, the E. coli, is entirely an acid environment organism. If your bowel becomes alkaline in any way, your E. coli will no longer work. And E. coli is responsible for the final phase of protein digestion assimilation. That's where your B vitamins are synthesized, most of them, and your amino acids in the bowel. If you're passing high amount of vegetable matter through your intestines, you're going to turn that environment alkaline, and your E. coli is not going to work. That's why vegetarians become progressively less able to eat and digest certain foods, to the point where they can't digest any foods after 30, 40 years of being a vegetarian. They completely wipe out their enzyme activity by trying to be an animal they're not. Way back to the cycle. Okay, so in the afternoon, somewhere between 1:30 and 3 o'clock, should be the fruit meal with lots of fat. Or none at all. If you're a person who is highly emotional and reactive, I would say take a break until you're well enough. Don't eat any fruit. No fruit. Except for maybe tomatoes and cream. Something is hardly any carbohydrate in it. Or eat green fruit like all animals do, except for crazy monkeys. John Goodall, a man who did a film called The Beginning, and it was won the Academy Award for Best Documentary Feature in, I think it was 1969, 1970. I edited a film right next to him, 71, I guess it was, 72. I was well enough to work with. And he followed these gorillas around, this tribe of gorillas. They only ate green bananas. They would bite the skin and all. They eat the whole thing. Very owl meat, but that's the way they ate. So they couldn't figure out why they didn't let the bananas go ripe before they picked them. So they cut down a big stalk of bananas. I mean, from here to here, and it was like this. They put it on their Jeep, and one of their Jeeps, and they carried it around until they ripened. And they followed the tribe of gorillas. When they ripened, they threw them out to the gorillas. The gorillas were very curious, went out there and were picking them off, trying to bite them, and they just, how a ripe banana just squishes all of that. Took them a while. About 40 minutes later, they got to the point where they were peeling them. After about 20 minutes of eating them, they started fighting. They started fighting over them. They had this sugar reaction. One of the babies got killed. One of the teenagers got a broken leg. Another one got a broken arm. And they were all fighting over these bananas. And they couldn't even get there to get them out because the big gorillas were fighting the hardest, keeping everybody away from them. They went sugar crazy. That's what happens when high sugar is in the system. That's why most animals, except for the crazy monkeys that eat ripe fruit, and they are crazy. They go around screaming and hollering and beating each other. And they live on ripe fruit like that. But the animals who live on the green fruit with lots of enzymes and low sugar don't have any psychological problems.
So green bananas are better, huh?
Yep. I can't say you can eat them, you're not used to it, but any green fruit, green papaya, green apples, green figs, if you would buy your fruit, green pineapple, all of those, you'll have more enzymes and less sugar.
Oh, I see.
Lots of enzymes, no sugar, low sugar. That is your best. Then you could, even if you had emotional problems, you could eat some fruit once a day in mid-afternoon.
But it has to be green.
It has to be green and with lots of fat still. Then let a few hours go by. If you're one of those people who has to have 3 meat meals a day, what you would do is after that noon juice, you would have a meat meal about an hour later, and then a couple of hours later have your fruit with the fat. If your person only has 2 meat meals a day, you just go from the juice to the fruit and fat, and then you'll go to the next juice. It's got to be at least an hour after you finish that fruit meal where you have your juice, third juice. For some people who get very tired and can't take a nap, they cut out the juice, it'll be the second juice for them. But normally it's the third juice. Got to keep alkalinizing the blood. You don't want to alkalize any of the intestines, so you don't eat the whole vegetables. You want to alkalinize only the blood. That's why you drink the juice, the green juice from the vegetables. Then about an hour and a half later, you have your second or third meat meal, depending upon what type you are. And I'm not talking about blood type, that's all garbage.
Could you substitute your juice that you would make with maybe barley green or
No.
grass, that dried stuff? Why?
Anything that's dried is not alive, and it just takes a lot of digestion to break it down. Would you eat hay?
No.
Okay, it's basically what it is. It's hay.
Cows eat hay in the winter.
Cows, you're not a cow.
They have 4 stomachs.
A cow can digest some of it pretty well. But there's no way that we can do it. So it robs you of a lot of fluids and a lot of nutrients trying to break this down and to rehydrate it. And you can't do it. The human system can't do it.
So dehydrated fruits would be better.
No. In fact, they have more sugar in them. Concentrated sugar. except for dates. For some reason, dates and butter work very well together without creating a sugar high. Dates and cheese and butter, even better. It tastes like a cheesecake. And there's a recipe for cheesecakes in the recipe book. Cheesecake. Yeah, recipes, cheesecake.
Fresh dates or dried dates? You can have dried dates.
There's no difference. The only thing in a fresh date is that they're really mushy. But you can't get them in the market that way because they ferment and go bad. You have to let them hang on the tree until they dry. Yeah, but they don't sell those normally. I mean, it's rare you can get them. Yeah, but they're usually yellow. That's a young fruit. That's a green fruit. They're good. They're very good.
What about fermenting like cabbage and radish and fermenting it,
You know, I'm going to have to keep on track here because if we don't keep on track, we're going to have a problem. Okay, so vegetable juice, again, to alkalize the blood. Then you go to your meat meal about an hour and a half later, no more, and have that second or third meat meal, depending upon, and also a lot of fat. Not really.
No.
I eat that way all the time. When I'm on my weight gain, I'll eat a lot more. This is a butter and honey mixture. I may go through 2 of these a day.
It's not on your weight gain, though. That's just when
On weight gain.
Oh, on the weight gain.
I'll make what I call, in the recipe book, it's called moisturizing lubrication formula. I call it moisturizing because moisturizing appeals to women. I call it lubrication because lubrication appeals to men. So, that's what it's called, moisturizing lubrication formula. Moisturizing/lubrication formula in the book. And I'll have that with my meat at each time I have meat. And I'll have meat 2 to 3 times a day. So that's basically a pound of butter a day sometimes.
Wow.
Or close to a pound of butter a day. 2/3 of a pound of butter. During my weight gain cycle. And then on the weight loss, I'll only eat maybe 1/3 of a pound of butter a day. I have to eat more because I've been on this so long, I can lose, 20 pounds in 2 weeks. Because my body's so efficient now. And I have to slow it down because I want it to go on slowly. Because I like I said in the recipe book, I like people to take 2 weeks to gain, 2 months to gain the weight, hold it for 2 months and lose it for 2. Take 2 months to lose it. And that works the best. It's the cleanest, easiest way to do it. 2 6-month cycles a year. Of course, people just starting the diet, people that have a lot of weight problems for a long time, they should be on the diet for about a year before they even try it, or 6 months before they even try to lose. And then that may take them a lot longer to lose, and they won't be able to get down as much as they'd like to. And then they just go up and down, and you just keep breaking the weight off slowly. So all kinds of ways to do it.
So for those people, you'd say to maintain.
Then after that meat meal, then, a bunch of eggs, Rocky style, or another cream shake, and then a juice before you go to bed.
You're eating all day.
How many times do you drink coffee or a vegetable juice or a Coke or fruit juice or something?
Yeah.
Everybody's always sticking something in their mouth about every 2 hours.
Yeah.
Okay? You're having vegetable juice. You're having milkshake or egg. Basically, those are liquid things that go down quickly. You're only sitting down to 2 meat meals, 2 or 3 meat meals a day, and that's it.
Yeah, I think we have about, it's about 4:30, about 15 minutes we want to get into.
Okay. So, also, once a week, I recommend that everybody have a nut formula. And the nut formula is the place where those who've read the first book know that I used to use cooked starches to help bind with those neurological compounds that would make us crazy. Excess adrenaline, excess all kinds of problems. However, in following people over the years, I found they still would store, even on a good, raw, primal diet, store some acrylamides and some advanced glycation end products in their system. So I had to find a starch that we could use without storing it. Nuts I've tried before and they work. However, you don't digest protein for 24 to 36 hours because of and seeds because of the phytic acid in it. And then when you germinate them, then it turns into 3 other enzymes which are of the vegetable nature, which create the same problem. So germinating doesn't help. It just compounds the problem. You not only do not digest the protein in the nuts and seeds, you don't digest the protein, assimilate the protein in other foods that you eat, in eggs and meat. So it's a problem. So I kept experimenting with blending different foods and preparing the nuts and seeds differently to see what worked. And I finally found what worked. You blend the nuts, and softer nuts are always better. The walnuts, pecans, sunflower seeds, filberts, hazelnuts, some you can call them, and pine nuts. Pine nuts are a problem sometimes because they have a tendency to suppress thyroid production. So if you have a hyperthyroid reaction, pine nuts can be good for you. If you have the opposite, a hypothyroid, you don't want to have pine nuts. You take about 2.5 to 3 ounces of those nuts, or any combination of those nuts. If you have a liver problem, stick to walnuts only. And then you blend it into a flour. You add egg, butter, and honey. And it's about 2 ounces to 3.5 ounces of butter, 1 to 2 eggs, 1 to 2 tablespoons of honey. Yes, it's in the book. And then you blend that, and it tastes like a delicious nutty candy. And you can have that with your last meat meal, or you can just sit there and spoon it out one evening. But have it in the evening, once a week. People call me and say, "Oh man, I'm having a problem. I'm doing the diet perfectly. I'm getting stressed. I'm having a lot of anxiety. I'm not working things out as well. My relationship's not going well." And I said, "When's the last time you had the nut formula?" 6 weeks. Well, have the freaking nut formula. So they have the nut formula, everything will be okay the next 24 hours. Everything's fine. It'll last for a week or 2.
I'll attest to that. I had about a depression after doing some high meat. I called him, I said, "Aajonus, the high meat's not working, it's making me low." He said, "Well, you need the nut formula." I said, "Oh, really?" Next morning, I gave the nut formula, the depression was instantly gone.
I thought the high meat was supposed to help the depression.
Pardon?
I thought high meat was supposed
It
to help.
usually does. However, if it doesn't, that means you've got too many psychological byproduct hormones that don't react with bacteria. Bacteria has nothing to do with those. Doesn't break those compounds down. So then you need the starches in the nuts to bind with it. But like I say in the book, 95% of all psychological problems are low bacteria level. The other 5%, you need the nut formula. And if you have it once a week, you're not going to have a problem with that ever. You just have the low bacteria unless you're eating high meat or high eggs.
So you eat the whole thing, the whole ratio.
Correct. Yes.
Just before, because you said something before, you were going to come back to lemon water. You said
Okay. Well, I wanted to talk about water in general. Water is a big no-no.
What is water?
Okay. Water. What is water? Water rains, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What happens with the water? What happens to the rain? The rain goes in and dissolves rock. That's what water does. It dissolves. That's its nature. It dissolves. Put something in the ocean, it'll dissolve unless it's a fish. It dissolves rock. It dissolves steel. It dissolves everything. That's what water does on this planet. So if you put water into the body, you're going to leach your nutrients out. You stay in water, what happens when you sit in a bathtub for a couple of hours? You start shriveling up. They call that waterlogged. I beg your pardon, waterlogged? If you're shriveling, you're logged. If you're logged, you're going to get bigger, right? What it does is it draws the nutrients out of your tissues. That's why I say you put the milk, you put the vinegar, sea salt in there, it doesn't happen. You can be in there 12 hours and you will never wrinkle. Milk, sea salt, and the vinegar in the water, in your bath water. And it won't happen. It won't, because the water has the milk and those other things to work on. It doesn't work on your tissues. It will help, the heat will help you perspire some of the toxins out of the lymphatic system and help the lymphatic system discharge, but it won't be the water drawing it out. It'll be the heat. Water will destroy your system. Too much of it. So during the fall and winter, by the time it hits November, I don't drink any water. I don't drink any water from November through April or May. Then from May through November, I may drink a half a cup of water a day. And that's it. We are delipidated, not dehydrated. Dry mouth, that's because your body's taking most of the toxins, mineral toxins are in your brain. The highest storage of mineral toxins are in your brain. They discharge from the mouth, out the gums, tongue, everywhere. You get cotton mouth, that is not a dehydration. Your body's used all the available fats all throughout this system to bind to those toxins as they come through your gums and your tongue and your salivary glands and dries out your entire mouth. So what do you go for?
The butter.
Honey and butter mixture. Put some of that in your mouth, and let me tell you, that float around.
Oh,
There's honey in it.
I know.
There's no candy.
So, but I see you have the mineral water.
It's not November yet.
Okay, no, I'm just...
That's what I will have for a whole day.
That's the one you want.
Half a cup.
Well, what if you got candida? How can you get all that honey?
Okay. What is candida? Candida is a yeast. It's a mold. What does yeast feed on?
Sugar.
Right. And what does it feed on normally? Damaged cells, damaged by sugar byproducts. Candida does not live on honey. You put candida and honey together, they die. Candida dies like that. But what sometimes happens is when people are eating honey, they assimilate their proteins better, and guess what gets thrown off? Sugar byproducts. Feeds the yeast in the skin, so it makes you feel like the honey has made the candida worse. But what it does is it makes it better. You're getting rid of the tissue. What you need to do is, I have the Primal Facial Body Care Cream on page 145 of the recipe book. You make that and apply that to any itchy area, no matter what your problem is, no matter your skin problem, drying of the face, anywhere. You put that anywhere on your skin, anywhere on your body. Itching goes away in 5 minutes, and you don't have to reapply it until you take a bath or a shower. Or subject that area to fluids to dry it up again. The Primal Facial Body Care Cream, page 145 of the recipe book. And that takes care of it. Let me tell you, I have covered everything that can be covered. Yes?
A week and a half ago, I had a severe migraine headache. Like, severe. Couldn't do anything, couldn't sleep, and then make the pain. Jeff had, I guess, when he called me, gotten the remedy, because he had said do honey with water. And I thought, oh, this isn't going to work. But I sipped on it a little bit, 5 minutes, it went away, the headache came back. So I thought, okay, well, 5 minutes, I didn't have a headache. So and I knew within 15 minutes the headache was gone. And I was in excruciating pain. I was nauseous, I couldn't, lost vision, So I was just curious, what would that work? I mean, what would that
Well, what I usually recommend is honey, water, lemon juice, and cream. Okay, that's what I. Then that lasts longer. Use just the honey and water, it's not going to last very long.
Well, eventually there's a wedding.
Yeah. But it will work quicker and work better. And remember, a headache is swelling in the brain. Okay, it's a detoxification. The skull doesn't expand with it. So the 3 headache remedies that I have in the first book are that. They're the lemon, the honey, the water, and the cream. You should always have the cream with it. And even though I didn't put that in the first book, I'm changing it on the revision to come out next year. But what it does is it helps pull the toxins out of the blood so it doesn't cause as much swelling. And it neutralizes some of those toxins. Also, the minerals, the high mineral content in the honey added to the water keeps the water from seeking the blood for some of those nutrients, but it still goes for minerals from your blood. And if you can pull those minerals out, because minerals usually attach to some toxin. So if the water is there pulling some of those minerals out, it lowers the toxicity level in the blood. That's why I say some water is important, but not a lot. You need a little help every day to leach some of the poisons out of your system. But too much is going to leach all the good nutrients out of your system, and you're going to have a problem. Yes?
Leg cramps at night, but also fear in connection with leg cramps that could occur while driving the car.
Well, that usually happens with diabetics and athletes who have a sluggish lymphatic system. They don't clean the lactic acids out of the muscles nor the sugar byproducts out of the muscles. So when the body starts trying to clean them out, the sugars are highly acidic, caustic, and they burn the nerves and the muscles, and they cause them to go into a Charlie horse and cramping. So high fats, drink lots of cream if that happens. And within 20 minutes, and put hot water bottles around the area until it goes away. But that person needs a lot of cream and a lot of butter. Yes?
Is soy bad?
Soy is the most toxic substance that is out there in food. Human, nor chicken, nor any bird can eat raw soy. It will kill us. They have to solvent extract it, heat treat it. So they're calling lots of organic eggs and chickens that are grown on organic soy. But let me tell you, they have to treat the soy, they have to solvent treat it, plus they have to heat it. So those chickens are eating cooked, unorganic food. So it's a misnomer and it's a fraud. And I'm already starting to fight that. I'm trying to find an attorney right now who will handle it. And we think we might have one. And we're going to stop these companies from doing that. Okay. So, you have your information out there.
Finish the soy.
That was finished.
Oh, that was finished?
Yeah. Soy is toxic in any form.
No.
It doesn't make any difference. That enzyme does not get neutralized. It will poison your system. It won't cause, if it's completely raw and not fermented, then you're going to probably die from it, eating it. But fermented, it does break it down, but it still poisons your liver and your nervous system a little bit. Absolutely. All of it's poison.
Soy sauce.
Soy sauce is poison. High salt.
Soy oil.
Salt is dangerous. Salt is the worst thing next to cooking.
Could you mention sea salt?
Sea salt doesn't make any difference. Anytime you take a concentrated salt, sodium, it causes the sodium ions to clump. Your body, your cells eat by the process of ion attraction. So whenever a cell wants to eat, let's say it wants to eat some potassium, some sugar or carbohydrate or pyruvate. It attracts a potassium molecule because that's what usually carries that. So open up and the ions inside the cell would attract the potassium ion and it eats what it wants. When there are clumped molecules of sodium passing by a cell when it opens up, the attraction outside is so great outside of the cell that it pulls the ions out of the cell. That's its guts. that cell will never ever eat again, and it shrivels like a raisin and dies. 1 grain of salt will destroy 1 million red blood cells.
Celtic salt too?
Even Celtic salt. Any salt of any form of any kind.
What about, isn't it organic salt that's in celery though?
No, that's a bioactive sodium product. It's a food when it's in that. It's not an earth mineral. It's bioactive in that property.
What about if you smoke something? Like if you smoke fish, is that like no good?
That's terrible. You're getting all the carbons in there and the ashes. And you're creating still a form of dehydration and cooking. So smoking food is not good. This was the last question, and then we got ended. So I have to start with a mini console.
You said like for baths, you said in water, salt, and milk.
Why if salt is so bad?
No, Epsom salt is a concentrated focus of certain kinds of minerals. It's not good. Sea salt, sun-dried sea
In the
salt.
wild, they find their own.
Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do many readings. What I do is I look at the poems, I see the mounds that tell me to go into an activity. I see the color. There are lots of patterns on the hand that I can read some help from it. So I'll be doing that for people. It isn't like my iridology where I can see what's in the body and the toxins in the body, except for metals, I can't see them in the hand. So I give people a kind of a head start and a little bit more analysis of how they can start doing a little bit better on getting onto the diet. And each one takes about 6 to 10 minutes. So if you want to listen and learn, you will learn. So you don't have to be somebody who's getting a reading to sit and listen. Anybody can listen. Hi. Okay. What's your name again? Edward. Edward. Okay, Edward. Let both hands just fall limp in my hand. Did you have a tape?
Yeah, let me get it too.
Okay, Edward, you're about 60% protein deficient. Looks like you've been a long-time vegetarian or non-meat eater. Even along your spine, all of your glands are debilitated. You have very good recovery ability, so the basic genetic structure is good, and you should recover quickly. Your red blood cell count looks very good. Some lymphatic congestion all in the chest and esophageal area.
I had
You should have let it gone its course, because it left all kinds of scar tissue all over in there. So you should have another 1 or 2 spells of pneumonia, and be happy, because it'll break that tissue down quickly. You have massive amount of scar tissue, especially on the left side, and along the lower spine on the left side. Looks like you might have a tumor in the liver, but it looks like there's an infection, so you're trying to break it down. You have lots of scar tissue. It almost looks like cirrhosis of the liver at the bottom fifth of it. The kidneys, the right one is okay, the left one is very debilitated. Both adrenal glands are very debilitated, especially the left. Thyroid gland is barely working. On the left side, the right side is okay. Parathyroids on both sides are okay. Lots of scarring around the tonsils.
I had those removed now, 6 years old.
Lots of lymphatic congestion in the head. So I'm going to suggest about 2 pounds of meat a day, juice. You have a lot of bile everywhere in the system, so your body has used bile to bind with poisons instead of fat because you're fat deficient. And when the body uses bile in place of fat, bile is to digest fats, not to be used as fat. So it creates a caustic condition, and it starts eating away at the tissue of the cells that it enters. So it creates a kind of an oversensitivity in the cellular structures. So I'm going to recommend that you have 10% carrot juice to help get rid of the bile, pull it out. When people turn orange from carrot juice, it's not from the carotene. It's because carotene has a propensity to pull bile out of the system. And the only place the body likes to discharge bile is through the skin. And when you're on this kind of a diet, and you eat carrot juice and you start discharging and you've had a lot of bile in the system, sometimes you'll get bright orange spots, and then they'll turn brown and look like a birthmark for about 6 to 18 months, and then they go away. But it freaks some women out for a while, because they think they have this big ugly birthmark somewhere on their face. So 10% carrot juice, 10% parsley, 10% zucchini, and 70% celery. For the nut formula, you could use pecans or walnuts. Sometimes sunflower seeds. I recommend that you have 3 12 ounces of juice a day and 1 8 ounce. The one about noon should be 8 ounces. The other 2 should be 12. You have lots of metals all around your heart. So you might eat about maybe 4 sprigs of cilantro with a meat meal about every 4th day.
Every 4th day with cilantro?
Only. Lots of metals in your brain, especially around your ears and your left ear. Could cause some earaches. For that lymphatic congestion, I'm going to suggest hot baths, about 1 every 3 to 4 days that last at least an hour and a half with the formula, in the bath water. Just remember that the lymph system doesn't move, and I don't care if you're on a trampoline or what, unless you melt it first. It's as hard can be, and the only way you can get it to dissolve and soften is to get it above body temperature, because once you've taken a vegetable oil and it's hardened in the body, it takes a temperature above 102 to get it to soften. So if you soften it first and then go on a trampoline, you'll get some good activity. Otherwise, a trampoline isn't going to do most people much good. Pears would be good for you to eat in the afternoon as a fruit. Also, green pears, green papayas. I'm going to recommend that you have about 18 eggs a day.
18 per day?
For at least 8 months. And some of that can be in, 1 or 2 lubrication formulas a day that I suggest that you have with your meat meals. And I suggest you only have 2 meat meals a day.
Okay. And you were saying 2 pounds a day?
About 2 pounds. That'd be 3 cups twice a day. Work up to that. Once in a while, you could have about a half of an inch circular slice of green pineapple, but only once every 5 days in the afternoon with lots of the fat. If you're going to make the coconut cream and don't have time because it's a lot of work, what I did was, when I was living in Venice, I got a 3x5 card and I put it up at Venice High School. Venice High School was known for their gangs and everything, so I worded it this way. I like somebody who likes to break shit. And I put a telephone number, $10 an hour. So I got lots of these, gang kids and kids who like to break things. So I paid them, if you make the coconut cream and put the lime juice in it like I recommend in the recipe book, it'll last for 6 weeks to 2 months. If you don't, it's gone in 4 days. It ferments that quickly. So then when I moved to Malibu, then I put a sign. I need somebody who likes to break things $10 an hour. Still got the people that I need to make the juice for me. So they come in once every 6 weeks. They do 10 coconuts for me, which gives me about 10 cups of coconut cream. So I have it for 6 weeks. Because, it can take you 4 or 5 hours to juice that many coconuts. It's a lot of time. When a kid, you pay some kid to do it. It takes him 5, 6 hours to do it, but it's only once every 6 weeks. And you can get a guy that's, he's not having to show up every day. It's once every 6 weeks. He gets his $50, $60, and he's very happy. So that's the easy way to do that, to get the coconut cream. But coconut cream is the best thing to get rid of intestinal plaquing and lymphatic congestion. So I'm suggesting you use 2 to 3 ounces of coconut cream, 2 ounces of cream, and an ounce of butter with that circular slice of pineapple, green pineapple. Okay? About every 5 days to help it move. Okay? All right?
Thank you.
You're welcome, Ed. Nice meeting you. Take care. This is for you, Ed.
Oh, okay. So you take that, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I guess that's for him. I don't know. Is it?
It is, yes.
Harry, were those to pass out?
Yeah.
The tapes? Okay.
I hope some other people.
And your name? Marianne?
Did you read?
Okay. Get on the tape for you. Marianne Ludwig? Hi. Okay, just let your hand fall down. Okay, about 50% protein deficient, very fat deficient. You have lots of lymphatic congestion, extremely a lot of lymphatic congestion. So you need baths about every other day, at least an hour and a half. Sleep with hot water bottles so your whole bed heats up frequently. You need to really dissolve that stuff. Coconut cream is good for you, but it's going to make you nauseous if you have more than 3 tablespoons at a time. And there's lots of metals in your liver and in your kidney and around your heart. I'm going to suggest in your juice 5% cilantro, 15% parsley, and 80% celery. And I'm going to recommend that you have a tablespoon of coconut cream before you have the juice. It'll help get out the metals a little bit better. And a tablespoon of cream in the juice. Right before you drink it, you add the cream. If I recommend anybody have cream with their juice, they put the cream in right before they're going to drink the juice. Not before. You put that, if you make the juice and you put the cream in then, it's going to bind with all the minerals and you're not going to get the value of the juice where we want it in the blood. It's going to go to the glands. How old are you? Okay. I recommend that you have about 12 ounces of meat a day by weight, 12 ounces by weight, which is about 2 cups of meat, and 2 separate meals. If you can eat more, it's fine, but it may be more difficult to eat that. Oh, and another thing. There's a lot of people, especially women, who don't like the meat. You don't have to chew the meat. You can just wash it down with a lubrication, a moisturizing formula or milk. Just wash it down. 40 of my healthiest clients are women who wash their milk down because they'll eat from 1 to 3 pounds a day. Those that do the diet, everything else 100%, but only eat maybe 2/3 of a pound, do not progress like those 40 women who just wash it down. Digestion of meat does not happen in the mouth at all. And no tribe chews their meat. They swallow it after crushing it about twice with their teeth and swallow it whole. So you don't have to worry about chewing meat. I'm going to recommend that you have a moisturizing formula. Make one for a large batch and then separate it into your 2 meat meals and have it with your 2 meat meals. If you want to, you could still have one of the sauces that make the meat more enjoyable for you, then drink half of the loop formula after each meat meal, within 15 minutes after each meat meal. Red blood cell count looks pretty good. Looks like you could heal very quickly. You do have a lot of bile everywhere else. So I'm going to recommend about every 12 days that you have a cup of carrot juice with 2 ounces of cream and 2 tablespoons of coconut cream. It isn't as necessary to have the coconut cream, but it is very necessary to have the cow's cream with the carrot juice, and no sooner than 12 days apart. It would be better if you didn't have fruit. Just eat lots of tomatoes.
Tomatoes are always kind of acidic and cause cancer.
That's because you're so fat and protein deficient. But once you start having the cycle, it'll be fine. But like I said, tomatoes and cream together make a difference. You could blend the tomatoes with the cream, and you'll find it won't cause that kind of sore. But what happens when tomatoes help people get rid of and eliminate nerve platelet toxicity. Like if you 85% of the population has oral herpes because of the toxins, the metal poisons that come from the brain and discharge through the mouth. So it causes the herpes. Herpes helps break down nerve tissue, toxic nerve tissue, and that's. Otherwise, it's not going to move. From your clavicle up, it looks okay, but from the clavicle down, everything is very congested and not moving. Very poor circulation in the right side of your digestive tract, small intestines. Red blood count looks okay. Juice, I'm going to recommend about 10% carrot, 10% parsley, and 80% celery.
Yeah, I remember.
You can have the tablespoon of coconut cream before the juice and a tablespoon in the juice. A tablespoon of cow's cream in the juice right before you drink it. And that'll help clean the lymphatic system.
Was that coconut before?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay. Melons, when they're in season, are okay 3 times a week, but never 2 days in a row, with lots of fat. Whipped cream would be good with cantaloupe, and a couple of tablespoons of coconut cream with it. Other times, whatever fruit appeals to you. But I wouldn't have fruit more than 4 days a week, and always in the afternoon. And applying a hot water bottle on either side of your intestines is going to be very helpful. Your entire side, both sides. Because that scarring around the heart does not look good. So if you have heart palpitations after the first juice, don't worry about it. Just sit down, breathe rhythmically, and get through it. Okay? If you feel a little pain or congestion in there, it's probably the muscles trying to contract to move circulation, and don't worry about it.
Okay.
Don't think you're having a heart attack.
Okay.
Just remember, a heart attack is the body trying to free up the congestion in it. And if it locks into a spasm, that means that the muscles, the lactic acid is built up in the muscles in the heart, and that's why it just goes into a Charlie horse. And it stays there, and then it stops pumping. But normally that spasm is to get things moving and free up the congestion in the heart. If you're on this kind of diet and you have that reaction, don't worry about it. Just sit down, relax, Put a hot water bottle near your chest and to help that flow move through it, but don't panic.
I know my hot water bottle. I told you.
Recommend that you eat a pound of meat a day and have at least one moisturizing formula a day with one of your meat meals. A pear once in a while would be good for you too. Green one. For some reason, whipped cream is going to help you a lot. So.
Can you run that by me? Because it's not like, because whipped cream is egg whites that you're not supposed to beat or they turn into something else, so I'm confused.
No, whipped cream, not whipped eggs. Take cow's cream and whipped cream.
Whipped cream.
Whipped cream, yes.
Get it. I was thinking,
no eggs.
Whipped cream, like egg white.
What's the difference between cream and whipped cream?
Cream is cream.
There's
Egg
oxygen
white. I was
and
thinking egg
air
whites.
in it, yeah. For some people it helps, yeah. Okay?
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
When are you going to be out at John and Wesley's?
Pardon?
When are you going to be out at John and Wesley's again?
I'm usually there in the spring.
Okay.
Anywhere between March and May.
Okay. Good. Thank you very much. Good to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Next. What's your name again? Dawn. What? Do we have a tape in there? Somebody taping this or writing it or what?
I don't know.
I'm assuming we hope.
No, okay.
Here's Harry.
I hope this is a blank tape.
Let me ask you. Harry?
He's right there.
Harry?
Harry?
Blank tapes?
Are those blank tapes in there?
I'm sorry.
But is that a blank tape from there? Is that blank?
Yeah,
Yeah, that is.
Okay.
Unless there's a number written on it.
Okay.
I put the number one back, I took the blank one. Okay.
Hopefully. I know by now which one.
Okay, this is Dawn. About a 30% protein loss. It means your whole body's about 30% low in protein. It means you've got some catching up to do. That means eating more than a pound of meat a day if you want to catch up.
I like reading just the cut of it raw.
Just wash it down if you can. You can't get into it eating. Very poor circulation in your intestines on the left side. Lots of lymphatic congestion in the glands. It's almost like there's a psoriasis or an eczema type reaction going on. There's almost like a bleeding internally, sores internally, like ulcerations.
I had a rash on my leg since the beginning of last December. None of the doctors can do anything about it.
Well, it's a fat deficiency. And also you're deficient in vitamin U and vitamin K. So I'm going to suggest that you have some cabbage juice, about 8 ounces every 4 days. First thing in the morning. That would be your juice for that day. The morning juice for that day.
Right now I'm taking probiotics. Do I do that before or after the probiotics?
Are you taking probiotics pill form or powder?
Powder.
Okay, that's fine. You can have probiotics anytime. Not with the juice, though. You having probiotics with the juice?
Water. First thing on an empty stomach.
Everybody who's taking probiotics, what does the bacteria live on?
Sugar.
No. That's worm casings, worm shit, basically. So it lives on the proteins in the soil. So if you want the probiotics to be effective, you need to eat them or drink it with a meat meal. If you have it with water, you're just going to destroy the probiotic activity. So you're just going to be washing most of it out of your system. So you want to take anything that's probiotic with meat, something you can feed on, to help the bacterial activity.
They say usually the ass.
I don't care what they say. They're all theoretical. They don't do anything from practice. They get this in this theoretic bullshit.
Even the HSOs?
HSOs?
The soil organisms?
Yeah.
Homeostatic or something. What is that?
When it rains, it lowers the probiotic activity in the soil.
So it needs
because
something acidic.
Yeah, it needs something acidic, and it needs, animal tissue to grow on.
Here, can I use this to...
It looks like once you stabilize the cell walls, you'll get much healthier much quicker, but you're extremely fat deficient everywhere.
Could you tell?
Pardon?
Could you tell? Like
No, but I mean, there's some thin people who still have enough fat everywhere, but you have no protection anywhere.
How do I do that?
It's like you have bile everywhere, and everything's very thin and very irritable and very sensitive. I recommend that you make a huge batch of the moisturizing formula and have it with 2 meat meals, half of it each time. And, it's sort of like sirloin. You should have at least 3 cups of meat a day, 1.5 cups at a time. Like I said, you could use the baths every day. The baths, with milk and cream in it, just to get some of that fat moving, especially on the left side of your body. It's like the whole left side of your body is arrested, even around the upper part of the spine, right around the shoulder blade down, almost to about 2 inches above the waist. Looks like the back's very sore there.
Where do you get the products?
As far as fruit goes, I would only have the custard with green papaya. Lots of tomatoes with cream, raw cream. For a normal juice, I recommend just a straight 85% celery, 10% parsley, and 5% zucchini or cucumber. Cucumber more often than zucchini. And if the cucumber is an organic, peel it. And you're somebody I recommend that you definitely set an alarm, wake up and eat something. And I recommend that you have 12 eggs a day minimum. You need that. You don't have any mucus flow. Everything's very irritable. You need protection. Okay?
Nervous system okay?
Nothing's okay. Everything's very thin and in danger. It's like you've got this gauze as protection. All of that's going to help a lot to start building that up. Eggs, the cabbage juice, the meat, and the lube form, the moisturizing form are very important. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, as long as you take care of yourself. You're still young, beautiful, so it's fine.
Oh, you're a nice guy.
You're welcome. Yeah, very nice. Okay, just let them go limp. And your name?
Julie.
Julie. Okay, Julie. A lot of protein deficiency here, about 40% protein deficiency. Were you a vegetarian?
For 4 years, yeah.
But it moved you like you had been a vegetarian 12 to 15 years.
Terrible.
Well, the red blood cell count certainly does not look well. The red blood cells don't look well. Lymphatic congestion everywhere. Usually will make somebody very cold.
Very interesting work.
This kind.
And the genome.
I suggest you sleep with hot water bottles. Have them as your teddy bears. Lots of hot baths, up to 3 hours, several times a week. And even though you might be inclined to want to just go to sleep and go to bed, do some exercise afterwards. Force yourself to do at least 15 minutes of exercise. Whenever you do the baths, you can do it any time of the day.
Okay.
Any time of day or night. But after you do the baths, do some exercise.
Okay.
I recommend that you have, about 4 cups of meat a day, which is about 1 1/3 pounds. 1 1/3 to 1.5 pounds. Eat a balance of cream and butter with it. Mostly meat, mostly red meat, 90% red meat. Tuna, red fish, ostrich, which is deep red, is not red meat. Red meat is a large animal like, a buffalo, sheep, goat, cow, deer.
Ostrich.
Ostrich is good, but it's a white meat.
Oh, it is? Okay. No pork?
Any fowl is white meat. Pork is fine as long as it's organic. Yes. Just know that you're pig. All of the glands look like they will function fine as soon as you start eating properly. The left side of the tonsil area has a lot of metal poisons in it, so you may get sore throats and earaches on this side.
Once I start, you mean?
Well, at some time in your life you're going to detoxify. The diet has nothing to do with it. It will just help you detoxify properly and heal properly. And you have lots of metals in your left ovary. So it's doubtful you'll ever get pregnant with that left ovary on that side. Lots of inflammation in the pancreas, so I don't suggest many fruits. Have honey and butter and cream all mixed together. So let's say have 1.5 ounces, which is 3 tablespoons of cream, 3 tablespoons of butter, and a tablespoon of honey all mixed together with your meats. You have a lot of metal in your ears, both ears, so that can cause some earaches when you start detoxifying that. Hot water bottle on either side of the face will help. I gave you juice, right? I thought about it. 80% celery, 10% parsley, and we don't want to cool the body, so do 5% cilantro and 5% carrot juice. When you do cilantro, you have to have some fat in the juice, so have about 1/2 tablespoon of cream, cow's cream, in the juice. And 90% of your meat should be red meat. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Does she have a tape?
Okay. Just let your hands go limp in the mic. Good. Okay. Okay, your name? Gloria. Okay, a lot of protein deficiency in the left ovary. The right seems to be okay. Adrenal glands, the left is very deficient in protein. The right is okay. Pancreas, both sides pretty shot. Protein deficiency in all the upper glands, even into the brain, but especially in the throat and chest. The thymus, thyroids, parathyroids. There's some activity, but not much in the left thyroid, and the right's a little bit better. Parathyroid on the right's okay, left is not working. Lots of scarring in the tonsil area. Very poor circulation in the small intestines, especially higher up. Lots of scarring in the hiatal, the diaphragm, membrane between the stomach and lungs. Could cause a lot of heartburn and acid reflux as those acids dump out the esophagus and into the stomach. Looks like you have some hardening of the liver. It looks pretty advanced too. Lots of scarring around the heart. Left kidney isn't very good. And the right's okay. Red blood cell count looks fine. You just need to get the red blood cells healthier. Very fat deficient, very protein deficient, and good raw products. Quite a bit of lymphatic congestion all throughout the chest and groin area. Lots of drying. It's almost like you have an internal eczema. So for you, I'm going to recommend once a week having a cup of green cabbage juice. When I mention cabbage juice, it's always green to stop ulcerations and eczema type reactions. Never red. For a juice, I'm going to recommend. Let's just put that in your juice. Be better. 80% celery, 5% green cabbage, 10% parsley, and 5% zucchini. I'm going to recommend that you sleep with a hot water bottle between your legs or on either hip. Higher up, though. Include the waist and the hip. Pretty frequently. Just to increase the circulation in that area. I'm going to recommend that you have olive oil with every fifth meat meal. About 2 ounces. Plus, everyone, if you're talking loudly, it's going to pick it up on this tape, and the person's not going to be able to hear very well. So if you're going to talk, please go way down the end of the room. Thank you. So I'd like you to have 2 ounces of olive oil, 2 tablespoons of butter, 1 tablespoon of cream. Make that into a sauce. You could add tomatoes if you want, and have that with every fifth meat meal. And I recommend that you have 2 meat meals a day for 2 days in a row, and then 1 day 3 meat meals a day. Then 2 days with 2 meat meals, 1 day with 3. Just keep alternating like that. I'm going to recommend that you have about 2.5 cups of meat a day. And you can break that in on the days that you're having 2 meat meals, break it up into 2 meat meals. The days you're having 3, break it up into 3 meat meals. And you can wash it down if you don't like it. But usually with different sauces, it'll be easier to eat. In about 2 years, I think it'll be stable enough to start removing all this metal toxicity you have in the system. Then you can start eating a little cilantro with your meat meals. And about 90% of your meat should be red meat. But I recommend that you have an egg almost every time you have meat, just to help balance the acidity level. Or, some white meat with the meal. But if you don't have fish or chicken with that beef, at one meal have an egg, before or after. Or with, if it's steak tartare. About every 4 days, I suggest that you have some lamb. And about once every 12 days, I suggest you have an 8-ounce cup of carrot juice with 3 tablespoons of cream. And make sure that's in the afternoon. Don't recommend fruit for you unless it's very green and it's not very sweet and not very acidic. Ice cream, raw ice cream, something you could make, every once a week. It'd be good for you. It may cause a little tightening in the chest and a little coughing, but you need to move it. You need lots of that fat, that kind of fat. Raw ice cream. Just make it. Also, the moisturizing formula, I suggest you make a big batch and you drink 2 ounces of that throughout the day, as long as it's not within an hour of the vegetable juice. Just keep that nursed into your body, 2 ounces at a time. You should make about 10-ounce batch of it. And then, as it is in the recipe book, do you have the recipe book?
No, I ordered it.
Pardon?
I ordered it.
Oh, okay. Well, let me give you a recipe for it then. 2 eggs, 4 ounces of butter, 1.5 tablespoons of lemon juice, and 1 tablespoon of honey. That should that's only make about 9 ounces, but that's close. And drink 2 ounces of that at a time, about every 4 hours, as long as it's not in conjunction with a vegetable juice. Okay? Just feed that into your system. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Does honey ever lose its
Pardon?
I found that the moisture lingering tends to separate, so it becomes difficult to have it over a long period of time. So you just have a bunch of butter on top.
It might be that way in a colder environment.
Okay.
I haven't found that it separates when I make it. Well, I'm in a warmer climate, so California.
Right away, it's fine.
Yeah.
If I take it with me somewhere, then
Just shake it up.
Those are your 2 questions, real quick. When you use to make the coconut cream, what tension setting or what tension you have to put it on tight?
I put it on tight, and then if it jams up, I'll open it up until it starts flowing again, and I'll tighten it again.
Okay. That was the question.
Well,
What was the other question?
Okay, relax your hands. Still not eating enough meat. You need to eat at least a third of a pound more than you're eating. So you're not eating the meat.
I eat meat.
How much? How much?
Twice a day.
Yeah, but how much?
I would say half a pound each time, maybe a little less.
Not enough for you.
More?
Yep. You need at least another third of a pound. If you're eating a pound a day,
It's a pound
then you need another third of a pound.
Okay.
So another cup of meat. You still protein. It looked much better than last year. Still have bile everywhere. So juice. Now that you're a little bit more stable, I'm going to recommend 10% carrot juice, 15% parsley, and the rest celery.
No lettuce?
No what?
No lettuce, huh?
Well, if you need the opiates, yeah.
I'm saying it's on lettuce before.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't look like you need the opiates
No
anymore.
cucumber?
No. No, you're cool enough.
That's me. I am.
You have a lot of lymphatic congestion, so you need to do those baths at least every third day, hour and a half at a time, and then exercise afterwards. Moisture, the lubrication formula, you need to have, are you having one a day?
No.
You need at least one a day.
I'm going to do the coconut cream, but I'll do the formula, that's all.
Yeah, you need that formula. Coconut cream, remember, is mainly solvent reactive, 60% solvent reactive, so it's going to dry you out, and you're too dry still. So you need that lubrication formula to start moisturizing everything. That may be the reason you're not assimilating your protein as well. Maybe that a pound is appropriate for you, but for some reason you're not assimilating it all, or you need both the extra third of a pound of meat and the lubrication formula. So I do both. I'd rather be safe than move slowly. In that vegetable juice, put a tablespoon of cream. I suggest you have 12 ounces of juice 3 times a day and 1 8-ouncer right before you go to bed. I recommend pineapple 3 days a week, about a third or a little bit more than a third of a third-inch circular slice of green pineapple, with about 3 ounces of coconut cream, 2 ounces of cow's cream, and 2 tablespoons of butter. A little honey in it if you like.
I have the pineapple but it's not green, and I have it with avocado.
It's not going to do what I want it to do, clean out the lymphatic system. That'll clean the liver and the kidneys a bit, but not where you need the lymph system cleansed. And once a month, I suggest that you have 16 ounces of carrot juice with 4 ounces of cow's cream. And take about 2 hours to drink it.
You should do it every other week. So now it's once a month, right?
But I'm having you have carrot juice every day, now once a month with a big batch. Okay? And are you exercising?
Yes.
Okay. And how much?
One solid once a week. Besides the I would consider it to work out with the weights once a week.
Well, I'm talking about something more aerobic to get the lymph system moving. So taking a good brisk walk or jogging, something, or jump roping, something like that.
I used to do it every time.
Okay. Do it.
The size of your coconuts. When you're booking the size of the coconuts that you said, did you get 5 or 7 ounces cream out of it?
Yeah.
What size coconut? Were those big coconuts? Because
no, they're about this big.
In the Champion juicers, they'll come out with the screen, or do you want it to
screen.
Go?
You need the pulp to come out the
It's still going to come out of there?
Well, what you have to do with that is you have to push down on the front as you're pushing down so that shaft doesn't move forward. Be much easier to just get the Green Star juicer. It takes so little, you have to slice everything and put it through because it has to be smaller than the Champion, but it juices easier. Yes.
It's the day.
That's why I hire somebody to do it.
I found that wine works well. To drink it while you're doing it.
Okay, your name? Barbara. Okay, Barbara. All right, just let your hands fall limp. Good. About 25% protein loss on the left side of the body. Very fat deficient. also vitamin K and vitamin U deficient. So I'm going to recommend either a half a cup of green vegetable juice a day or 5% of your juice green cabbage. The rest will be 80% celery and 15% parsley. And if you're not having the cabbage juice, green cabbage juice, in the juice and you're having it separately, then increase the celery to 85%. I recommend that you have a moisturizing formula. Make, like a 4 or 5 ounce batch, and then have it twice a day with your meat meals. And I recommend that you have 2 3/4 cups of meat a day into 2 meat meals. You have a lot of scarring in your stomach, especially the right side of the stomach, going into the duodenum. It's almost like you have a growth in there. Lots of metals in the liver and around the liver. So I'm going to recommend about 3 sprigs of parsley every other day with one of your meat meals. On one day that you have it in the morning. The next time you have it in the evening meat meal. Don't keep it the same one. It causes too much of a detoxification. Protein is deficient in the spine. Suggest that you sleep with a hot water bottle on either side of your waist. If you have fruit, it should be very, very green fruit. Apples, pears, okay. Right now. Melons, if you have them, only once a week. Tomatoes is your best fruit. Tomatoes and cream. So if you blended, let's say 6 ounces of tomatoes with 2 ounces of cream, that would be a nice mixture for you. And 1 tablespoon of butter in that, even if it clumps. Hot baths would be very good for you also. 85 to 90% red meat. You have lots of metal stored on the left side of your spine, in the spine, from your just about 1.5 inches above your waist all the way up to your shoulder blade. Surprised that doesn't cause some pain. I know, that's what I'm seeing. It doesn't look like there's pain there, but it's buried there. But you might get some pain if that starts moving, because it's starting to look like it's becoming active. The body's going to start moving it. So don't be surprised if it starts. Just eat lots of pain formulas.
I'll call you.
Okay. Well, the pain formula's in the recipe book. Go for it.
Okay.
Okay. And you have lots of bile, so I would say once a week for you, have 8 ounces of carrot juice with 2 ounces of cream.
Once a week?
Yeah, once a week.
I am doing.
Pardon?
I am doing.
Okay. With 2 ounces of cream?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Continue doing it. And I do suggest that you eat pork once every 6 weeks. Okay. Let me just take a moment to suck an egg.
No, that old saying, suck eggs.
Okay.
Thanks, Sarah.
Okay.
We have to get out?
Yeah, we got to get out in the next 5 minutes or so. So thanks for everything, everybody.
Hey,
Take
Gary,
care.
can I do Can he do me? My hand?
Tomorrow? Or would you already have that scheduled?
Can he read my?
Just say we're full for
Monday?
Yeah.
Oh. Thank you for letting us know. Okay, well, okay, what hours is he going to be there? Monday.
What's good for you?
Well, actually, I'm working Asia too.
Oh, why don't you come?
Were there some more I had yet to go?
Okay.
Was there some more I was supposed to read? Or was that it?
Well, what time is it, Squirrel?
It's 4:02.
You got time yet?
Oh, we got time yet.
Do you want to do one more?
Okay.
You want to do it now and get it done with?
Okay.
Is that all I have is one more? Oh, definitely. Let's do it.
Well, no, she was going to come tomorrow, but...
Oh, no, I'll stand up. I don't have to sit down and do it.
Well, you sit down.
Oh, yeah, and I need to get this in.
What? Yeah. Yeah, let's do it tomorrow. We got to do it tomorrow. We got to do it. We got to do it tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll do it tomorrow.
Okay.
It was. Well, I gave you a diet plan, for, alfalfa and cheese. Okay, did you get the recipe book?
I got that, but your book...
Plan 2. Oh, you don't have it?
I got some. So I'm going to plan 2, there's 2 plans.
Yes. There's a 3 meat meal plan. That's the only difference today.
Joy, does that belong to your friend that Washington, D.C.?
We start off with a juice, then a meat meal, then eggs or a cream shake, juice, and a fruit meal, fruit for your the fat.
Okay. Tell you what, when we go up, why don't you put a few chairs in your car?
Juice.
Okay? What? Joy is going to bring some chairs for us.
Well, she also has that's what I was working on. That's why I say you have to suck eggs, suck eggs, suck eggs. They'll start creating mucus
So the shoes are supposed to be...
No, the whole diet. The eggs are going to help that. If you don't have all the other things, the eggs are going to be utilized mainly for that.
I'm writing today.
Not if you usually do that.
Okay. Nice to see you again.
Do everything in the pattern that I gave you.
And that'll be in the book.
Somebody's purse.
Well,
It's in the
yeah.
recipe book.
In the recipe book, that's in the recipe book. Plus what I suggest
They're probably still here.
take.
Well, so that you're
Milk and eggs and meat.
Any place.
Eat a lot of
Kids, I take all of it.
I don't know.
Let's take everything out.
None of
Okay,
the.
let's go, everybody.
Mixing.
Gotta move out.
Sequoia, that's the website. Sequoia. Yeah. Thank you.